1, 2, back in the building.
I'm in Rock Squad up, Magi.
You bout to ride, you do not carry arms. You niggas Disney, Six Flags, Dairy Farm. Might ride for fun, but you not gon' do shit. All you hear is skull crushing acoustics from my Q-stick. Thermal scope hit him in dark, I let a few spit. The HK put him in park for amusement. First round lift him up, got him Ferris Wheeling. Second round laid him down, now he carouseling. You fake lord, I'm the best of all times. And the boat drag niggas like wakeboard and a parasailing. And parasailing, nefarious felon. Various chariots are carriers into the Aquarius era. I set traps, I should go check now. Used to be backpack, hoes call us Hotep now. We blowing hoes zips cause we getting more checks now. African rum, zoomed up, slapping the drum. The dashiki match the Rolex now. So from now on, you can call that Hotep style. Bitch, ever see me chasing a bag? I got duffel dough. Hefty bag. I live off trees like how truffles grow. Full string marionette, it be a puppet show. At the wet and try marionette, I let a couple go straight down the aisle. Suppressor with the muzzle on. Now you can't suppress her or put a muzzle on the bitch. Hey, don't confuse me for them other dudes. I still reflect light like the mirrors that Hubble used. Crazy wavy, I'm on some other shit. You test me, I'm one particle in a double slit. The results say I gotta be deceived. Then it's aquatic audio until you're nautically fatigued. Smash atoms in the radio waves to see who sounds priceless. Time's relative, we have different noun slice. For pound wise is witty with sound devices. I paint audible circles around the night. Beef for how you asking where the biscuits at. My butler carved your chest, brisket flat. We only beef it cause your cuts his ass. That's a rump. Back in the day we would've kicked that ass. That's a Trump quote. Get your ass kicked at your party like a drunk. You on the bottom, then we picking up jewels. That's a sunk boat. Smoke dope, evergreen and pine wood. We forklift money like sheets of plywood. Warehouse real, few mil in assets. Been 25 years, y'all ain't fucking with cash yet.
Peace, 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 peace. Peace, peace, peace. Might as well black Egypt up. It's a tradition.
When it was
Like the video, let's talk about it.
It was a Nile Valley civilization. Black Egypt. It wasn't no Mediterranean culture like us. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if this war win it. Just said Jessaru got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. Masa Kim T got rubies and gold. And it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer. Bring terror to your satellite kingdom so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots. I rap top notch and I could kick you till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianti, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down the Nile through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic pharaoh way and marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that though. They had to paddle back. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Gotta look and see where the Nile started. Black Egypt. And how it was easier to go downstream and upstream. And which way the river flowed. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name means. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first known of Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt.
Egypt. Black Egypt. We right back at them. And we got questions. We got questions. So we're gonna go into it. That's right. We're gonna look at some Aristotle. Because I can't understand Greek history. I really can, but I don't understand how this happens. I don't understand how Aristotle go in talking about the Egyptians, and he can say that excessively black. And we get to ignore that. But let's ask ourselves, how did he come to these conclusions? And how could he be allowed to say something in his time period that would have rang untrue to the people? Excessively black. Way too black. We're going to go in on that, but first let's go to YouTube. I'm going to show you a clip from it. Excessively black? Come on, y'all. How y'all going to get around excessively black? Way too black. Blackity black. First of all, let's listen to this as we go in on that.
If you read what the Greeks said, not what we think, but if you read what the Greeks said they got everything from Egypt. They got all their knowledge from Egypt. If you read what the Greeks said, not what we think, but if you read what the Greeks said they got everything from Egypt. They got all their knowledge from Egypt.
All right, so that right there raises the question. How did they get all of their knowledge from Egypt?
You read what the Greeks said, not what we think, but if you read what the Greeks said they got everything from Egypt.
So, in the context of what they sing, while they was getting everything from Egypt, they wrote that down too. And they said what they sing. So why are we the ones that go against that? I want to pull up a clip.
And we can absolutely see the degree of...
I just want to show what he shows.
Because they had black skin and curly hair. Book 2, Euterpe. The Colchians were an African colony which migrated to settle near the Black Sea. Aristotle also spoke of the Egyptians, describing them as excessively black. Those who are excessively black are cowards.
You heard him? Aristotle also spoke of the Egyptians as excessively black. Let's listen.
If one observes the statue and frescoes, the resemblance is striking. The nose, the big lips. Indeed, many statues have a broken nose because they had, as they say, a Negro noses. Herodotus says that Colchians was a colony of the Egyptians because they had black skin and curly hair. Book 2, Euterpe. The Colchians were an African colony which migrated to settle near the Black Sea. Aristotle also spoke of the Egyptians, describing them as excessively black. Those who are excessively black are coward.
Now,
They are the Egyptians and the Ethiopians.
notice in Aristotle, he didn't say the Ethiopians and the Egyptians. He said the Egyptians and the Ethiopians. So the question is, how were they allowed to write this? And it didn't find any refudiations, no attacks against the work of Aristotle that are contemporaneous to him saying these things. So yeah, Aristotle was hating too. We're gonna look into the book, but it was kind of like some of the precursors to some racism. But how do we let people? I want to do a whole show on this attestation. Because we let people browse over and roll past this. So let's look at this statement in context. Because as you see, 340 BC, Aristotle went out right before Alexander took the throne. He actually tutored Alexander. He was Alexander's teacher. So then if he taught Alexander and he said those who are black are cowards, they are the Egyptians and the Ethiopians, then Alexander was under that same impression. Let me see. So how is this a lot? Let's look into his text. So we can start right here and see how he was just trying to break down he was trying to break down body parts, everything. The book is Physiognomonica, whatever. Physiognomonica, all right, by Aristotle. And I don't even have to trip off reading everything, but I just want to read this one part. A large head means quickness, and a small head dullness of sense, on the evidence of the dog and the ass respectively. A peaking head means impotence, and those birds which have curved claws, as in those birds which have curved claws. Men with small ears have a disposition of monkeys. Those with large ears, the disposition of asses. And you may notice that the best breed of dogs have ears of moderate size. Now listen to this. Too black a hue marks the coward, as witnessed Egyptians and Ethiopians. And so does also too white a complexion, as you may see from women. Egyptians and Ethiopians. As he witnessed. It don't even say as I would, it say as witnessed Egyptians and Ethiopians. Now what have you here? Too black a hue marks the coward as witnessed Egyptians or Ethiopians. There's plenty of translations on this. They all ring true that he's saying that Egyptians and Ethiopians was too black. And that made them cowards. Let me make it bigger. Huh? You can go look up so many different translations of this text by this one quote. They all say exactly what's said in the video. Look, excessive black color signifies cowardice. What's up with that? How are we allowed to ignore this? Well, is he not credible? Here he talking about being red. A red hue indicates hastiness. For all parts of the body on being heated by movement turn red. A flaming skin, however, indicates mania, for its results from the overheated body and extreme body heat is likely to mean mania. All right? So he definitely, this is Aristotle here. He definitely said Egyptians first. Now let's go back and listen to the video again.
We can distinguish its head, which bears marks of concrete. Over the centuries,
Did many statues have a broken nose because they had, as they say, a negro noses? Herodotus says that Colchon was a colony of the Egyptians because they had black skin and curly hair. Book 2, Euterpe. The Colchon were an African colony which migrated to settle near the Black Sea. Aristotle also spoke of the Egyptians, describing them as excessively black. Those who are excessively black are cowards. They are the Egyptians and the Ethiopians.
Now listen to the breakdown.
The Greek use 4 words to say black, dark brown: keleinos, eremnos, aiton, and melas. Melas is the most complete physical black. It is the root of the word that forms the word melanin.
So the word they use is the most complete physical black. Aristotle said agan melanas. Agan, A-G-A-N, meaning very, excessively, too much. Watch this.
Melas, melanin. Melanin is the pigment that colors the skin black to protect it from the sun. Aristotle will say precisely agan melanes to designate the Egyptian and the Ethiopians, which mean excessively black in Greek.
Agan melanas, excessively black.
The Colchon were an African colony which migrated to settle near the Black Sea. Aristotle also spoke of the Egyptians, describing them as excessively black. Those who are excessively black are cowards. They are the Egyptians and the Ethiopians. The Greek use 4 words to say black, dark brown.
Now let me tell you just how Metatron did it. We could go over every Greek attestation, you're going to be laughing. The Greeks that got to witness the Egyptians before the takeover, before the invasions, said they was black. The Greeks who got to witness it after the invasion say something different. Why is that? I don't know how that could be. That's evidence that either their view of the colors changed, which is highly unlikely, or the contingency of the people who they observed changed. what comprised the people they observed, the elements to make them say, you know, I ain't saying it ain't multicultural. But you have to look at something. When you see something that's all mixed up, you're going to say it's what the most of it is. Okay.
Keleinos, Eremnos, Aiton, and Melas. Melas is the most complete physical black. It is the root of the word that forms the word melanin. Melas, melanin. Melanin is the pigment that colors the skin black to protect it from the sun. Aristotle will say precisely agan melanes to designate the Egyptian and the Ethiopians, which mean excessively black in Greek.
So, how you gonna pick the darkest term for black and then put very on top of that? And y'all still be puzzled. I don't get this. How can we skip over just this one attestation? It's plenty of them. But he say very black. What is the tool of the detractor or the discreditor? What do they do here? They just hope we stop talking about it fast enough. They just hope you stop talking about it. They don't address the scholarship at all.
Three, called Senusert in Egyptian, hold the record for the number of sculptures in his effigy, 12. Almost all of these sculptures have broken noses, but some escape the racial inquisition. The Senegalese Professor Diop.
See, here goes something that's hella funny. The way we go through the TLA, we could go through the TLA and look up the word nose. Then we could search a word for breaking it and see if it's ever cited in any ancient Egyptian text something about breaking the nose off a statue. Because they act like that happened in ancient times to make sure that their body couldn't go to the afterlife. But I questioned some of the best of them, and I said, could you cite me an ancient Egyptian text to let us know where this tradition arises from? Breaking the noses off, and nobody could pull one up. All they say, well, you see him putting the ankh to the nose. That ain't what I asked. I simply said, show me the text that let us know that the ancient Egyptians broke off the noses of the statues for what reason. Ain't no text, bruh. See, when people say we're going to do the opening of the mouth ceremony, they can take you right to the text. When people say it was this many kings, they can take you to various texts. When people say Egyptians prayed in a certain direction, when people say, you could go to text, when people say Egyptians made up the tradition of kissing the ground and praying to the east, you can find that in certain texts. You're not about to find when the new pharaoh came, he broke off the nose of the old statue. My man just proposed that the common people did it. He said Remich did it. Remich is too exclusive. In that instance, if you was trying to say the common people, you would choose Richetti. But I hear you just saying people did it. Any of the people that I was just analyzing would have been people too. And I'm saying there's just simply no text to tell us why they did that.
asked the Caire Museum to take 3 samples measuring only 1 square millimeters from mummy of
Now he talking about Diop. Let's let this play.
in his effigy, Dozen. Almost all of these sculptures have broken noses, but some escaped the racial inquisition. The Senegalese Professor Diop asked the Caire Museum to take 3 samples measuring only 1 square millimeters from mummy of Ramses II, Seti I.
Now listen to what they say, y'all. We're going to have some fun with this. Listen to everything he say in the Diop part, and even read the subtitles so you don't miss it.
In his effigy, Dozen.
If you can.
Almost all of these sculptures have broken noses, but some escaped the racial inquisition. The Senegalese Professor Diop asked the Caire Museum to take 3 samples measuring only 1 square millimeters from mummy of Ramses II, Seti I, and Thutmose III, exhibited at the Museum of Cairo. Once the sample would have been analyzed, they will have revealed the level of melanin. The higher the rate of melanin, the darker the skin.
That I put at the disposal of the participants of the conference so that we can observe them under a microscope. And we can absolutely see the degree of melanin under the skin of ancient Egyptians. There is enough left despite the partial destruction of the epidermis. In the region between the dermis and the epidermis, there are enough inclusions of the melanocyte bases, areas where the melanin would have resided, to reveal a level of melanin via these inclusions, absolutely absent in leucoderma races. And last year, I wanted to apply this study to the royal mummy of Ramses II, Seti I, and Thutmose III. For 1 year, I have been writing to the curator of the Cairo Museum, because I don't need more than a square millimeter. 1 square millimeter of skin, but not always in the same region. And I regret I did not obtain these samples. So you see, it is a very easy, accessible study that can be done. Here are the blades. These are the preparations. Just put them under the lens of the microscope to see the melanin level. So based on my own investigations, here they are, until further investigation.
The museum has still not responded for 35 years. The Egyptian
So he was telling them, look, man, if we run this test, we can exactly see how much melanin they had. He said it'll be left in the melanocytes where the melanin was carried, which will be absent in leucodermal races. He argued that in 1974. I think it was I don't know when it was, when this test was performed, that corroborated what he said.
Showed particularly good tissue preservation, although cellular outlines were never distinct. Although much of the epidermis had already separated from the dermis, the remaining epidermis often was preserved well, Fig 1. The basal epithelial cells were packed with melanin as expected for specimens of Negroid origin.
So, I remember going over this and people was acting hella crazy. They act like they couldn't tell what this sentence meant. Now let's listen back, y'all. Cats was on YouTube acting like they couldn't tell what this sentence meant.
But particularly good tissue preservation, although cellular outlines were never distinct. Although much of the epidermis had already separated from the dermis, the remaining epidermis often was preserved well, Fig 1. The basal epithelial cells were packed with melanin as expected for specimens of Negroid origin.
Oh boy, how come that's so easy to understand? Let's watch this whole video, man. Because I'm taking a break on y'all. Y'all was tripping.
This is the test that proves Cheikh Anta Diop was correct about melanin levels in Egyptian mummies. determination of optimal rehydration, fixation and staining methods for histological and immunohistochemical analysis of mummified soft tissues, A. M. Makota and M. Vermeeren. During an excavation headed by the German Institute for Archaeology, Cairo, at the tombs of the nobles in Thebes West, Upper Egypt, 3 types of tissues from different mummies were sampled to compare 13 well-known rehydration methods for mummified tissue with 3 newly developed methods. Furthermore, 3 fixatives were tested with each of the rehydration fluids. Meniscus, fibrocartilage, skin, and a placenta were used for this study. The rehydration and fixation procedures were uniform for all methods. The stains used were standard hematoxylin and eosin, Elastica van Giesen, periodic acid Schiff, and Grocott, and 5 commercially obtained immunohistochemical stains including pansy-tocaratin, vimentin, alpha-smooth muscle actin, basement membrane collagen type IV, and S100 protein. The sections were examined by transmitted light microscopy. Our study showed that preservation of the tissue is dependent on the quality and effectiveness of the combination of the rehydration and fixation solutions, and that the quality of the histological and histochemical stains is dependent on the tissue quality. In addition, preservation of the antigens in the tissues is dependent on tissue quality, and fungal permeation had no influence on the tissue. Finally, the results are tissue-specific. For placenta, the best solution combination was Sanderson and solution III, both fixed with formaldehyde, while results for skin were best with Rufferer 1, using formaldehyde and Schaffer as fixatives, Group et al., using formaldehyde as a fixative, and solution III in combination with formaldehyde and Bowen fixatives. Ruffer 2, using formaldehyde as a fixative, and solution III in combination with Schaffer fixative, gave the best results for fibrocartilage. Results: we devised a grading system to compare and to rate each procedure for its degree of tissue conservation, histological and histochemical staining properties, the specificity of immunohistochemical staining methods, and the degree of fungal penetration into the tissue. Skin sections showed particularly good tissue preservation, although cellular outlines were never distinct. Although much of the epidermis had already separated from the dermis, the remaining epidermis often was preserved well, Fig. 1. The basal epithelial cells were packed with melanin as expected for specimens of Negroid origin.
So now, I don't even got this. I paid for this article, and let me see if I can find it in my stuff, because one day I cleaned out my downloads. I know it might be low, and when I cleaned out my downloads, man, I straight might have erased the article. But here's the name of the article, and I ain't my computer ain't finding it in my documents. Oh, it's search and file. This is it. Let's see if I can find. Yeah, it ain't popping up. So I paid like $65 for that article. Luckily, I turned it into a video. But in the article, her specimens was from Thebes, the capital, the place where you gotta go to be coronated properly. Some could go to Memphis. But if you wanted a traditional Egyptian coronation as a king, you got to be tied in at Thebes. See if somebody can pull up this article. It might be. Let's see if I can find it on the internet. Oh, well, I could probably download it from the place I bought it from again. It seemed to be right here for free. The whole article ain't up here, see? So you gotta go someplace to buy it. Wherever they selling it at, I should have a was it ResearchGate? I should have an account there so where I could download it again. I don't know if this gonna be true though. Yeah, no, they asking me what type of researcher I am. So they don't know me. That means they ain't got my files in here. Yeah, I'm cool. They ain't got my file. Where did I buy this from? Oh, I know what I do. I search it in my Gmail. Hold on, I'm about to pull up the article. If I search it in my Gmail, it's gonna pop up. Because again, you have to pay for this article. Uh-oh, I just seen a Cash App when I looked at my Gmail. Shout out to you. All right, let me see. Here we go. Downloader. Wow. Downloader. It's still scanning. There she go. Opening. No, you gotta open it. Adobe Zoom. Here it go. Now let's look at what she say her specimens was from. And there wasn't nothing in this article that said nothing about, they ain't even tripping off black people. It wasn't even about that. It was determining the optimum rehydration and fixation and staining methods for histological and immune histochemical analysis of mummified soft tissue. So she gonna say where her specimens is from on here. The reason why this survey was good for us because they used the skin as one of their sites for measurement. So it kind of like they had to do what Diop was asking them to do. Now look, during the excavation headed by German Institute for Archaeology, Cairo, at the tombs of nobles in Thebes. So these nobles in Thebes, West, Upper Egypt, 3 types of tissue from different mummies were sampled to compare 13 well-known rehydration methods for mummified tissues with 3 newly developed methods. That's where the samples was from. They're going to tell us how many samples they had later. But we see here that was from Thebes, and that was nobles. Let's go see how many samples they had, if we can find it. All right, hold on. Material and methods. In 1997, the German Institute of Archaeology headed an excavation of the tombs of the nobles at Thebes West, Upper Egypt. So that's where we at. That's the 4th known. Luxor area. Waset, right? Yeah. Upper Egypt. At this time, 3 types of tissue were sampled from different mummies. Meniscus, which was irrelevant to what we wanted to see. Skin, which was relevant to what we wanted to see. And the placenta. So when we see the meniscus and the placenta parts, we don't really need to read those. Archaeological findings suggest that mummies dated from the New Kingdom of 1550 to 1880. Archaeological findings suggest that the mummies dated from these eras, 1550 to 1080 BC. 3 adjacent samples, okay? Approximately 0.5 centimeters taken from each organ were placed in 100 milliliters of each rehydration fluid on the left of the rotary mixer. Are they just going to go into stuff that we wanted to know? I want to see if we can see exactly how many of the samples they had. Well, they just are deep into the test and giving us the results. So they told us that they was from Thebes. And they mentioned 3 adjacent samples right here. But I thought it had a tally of the number of all the samples they had. And I hope I just didn't skip over it. And so we didn't make none of this. Ain't like creative. This is a 2005 study. All right, that rendered these results. Now here's what they got to the skin part. And this one made it look kind of crazy. Because when reading the synthesis, people got acting like they was just trying to do everything to deny what it said. Now, it says skin sections showed particularly good tissue preserved, although cellular outlines were never distinct. Although much of the epidermis had already separated from the dermis, the remaining epidermis often was preserved well. The basal epithelial cells were packed with melanin, as expected for specimens of Negroid origin. Cats took that sentence and tried to mix and mangle it and make it do so much other stuff than it was actually doing. Hold up. Read that again. That don't say that. Huh? I don't get it. Hold up. Read that again. That don't say that. Then they tried to out logic. They don't know who they playing with, but you can't make me think something that I don't see. They was like, yeah, they expect that for specimens of Negro origin is what they saying. Huh? Y'all don't know how to read a scholarly document? She's saying our specimens is packed with melanin as expected for specimens of Negro origin. So we could say our specimens is probably of Negroid origin. Now trip off how they said Negroid origin. That was crazy. Let me see how, I want to see if the AI can understand this. Now, it did just read it. That's just a waste of time. So let's go in. Here's the article here. You got it. Just screenshot it. All right. And their goal wasn't even to do nothing about no blackology. The goal was to find an optimum rehydration method. But they just learned that in doing the test. I don't know, so I had to leave that subject alone because I'm like, dang, if y'all can't see that, I can't make y'all see it. Now we right back to this book where Aristotle says too black a hue marks the coward, as witnessed Egyptians and Ethiopians. Come on, man. So how could that have meant something in his time period if they wasn't too black? People would have been like, what you talking about? Man, it's so crazy. I'm trying to keep up with the chat as we do this. So yeah, that was crazy. But they mad because I be like, That's why they be hot. Then they went and tried to go get the Fayum mummies and act like these was the native Egyptians. So I had to do this for them.
Hair, style of jewelry, the use of gilding as an attribute, all of these can help us to form our conclusions on these dates. So, at the end of all this, these Roman mummy portraits, for they are Roman, were not present, none of them can be dated before Tiberius, and none of them really can be dated to the late 4th century AD.
Yeah, it is. These dudes go get stuff that can't even go past Tiberius. They can't go past they all Roman, but they'll go here in the conscious community since they found these in Egypt and tell you these was the Egyptians. They do this on hella shows, y'all. What about the Fayum mummies? Dude.
Hair, style of jewelry, the use of gilding as an attribute, all of these can help us to form our conclusions on these dates. So, at the end of all this, these Roman mummy portraits, for they are Roman, were not present, none of them can be dated before Tiberius, and none of them really can be dated to the late 4th century AD. So Rome, as we've just been talking about, acquired Egypt in the time of Augustus, and within that period, shortly after, these portraits start to make their appearance on mummies in Egypt. And they disappear.
So Tiberius is about 42 BC. I just looked that up. So none of these is going before the Greek period. And y'all pull these up and say, don't these look like the modern Egyptians now? And I always say, yep, sure do.
Hair, style of jewelry, the use of gilding as an attribute, all of these can help us to form our conclusions on these dates. So, at the end of all this, these Roman mummy portraits, for they are Roman, were not present, none of them can be dated before Tiberius, and none of them really can be dated to the late 4th century AD. So Rome, as we've just been talking about, acquired Egypt in the time of Augustus, and within that period, shortly after, these portraits start to make their appearance on mummies in Egypt. And they disappear around the time that Christianity is taking hold in the Roman Empire. Hair, style of jewelry, the use of gilding.
Let's hear more.
So it's possible by looking at whether the person has a beard, we can say, with etc., that there was a fashion for beards coming in with Hadrian, etc. And we can follow certainly the different hairstyles of men and women to have the conclusion that these objects begin in the time of the Roman Emperor Tiberius. We're talking 20 to 30, if I go back, 20 to 30 AD. They run.
Now, he said 20 to 30 AD, bro. He said 20. When I looked him up, I must have took his birthday. Yeah, that's when he was born. 42 BC. So he said 20 to 30 AD. And y'all pull this up. I don't ever want to hear nothing about no Fayum mummies. If anybody Any archer hears something about the volume of mummies, remember Tiberius 20 to 30 AD. And you just beat the brakes off them. They ain't gonna even know how you know that already.
Run through the Hadrianic period, of which this is an example, from the earlier part of the 2nd century AD. And they start to fade away in the late 3rd century. So this is an example from the period of the Roman Emperor Gallienus. So it's possible by looking at...
Let's date this.
Now, there was a lot of debate in the earliest days. These objects have been known for a long time, and it was uncertain what date they were. People started to look at them, and obviously when they were in a good archaeological context, it was possible to make some suggestions about the date of the mummy. If you find the mummy in association with perhaps an inscription, of which there are many, or with other artifacts, you can help to date these objects. It's subsequently been possible to refine the dating of these portraits by looking at things like the style of hair and the style of jewelry can be used as a dating criteria for these.
Today in Egypt, the archaeologists often refer to, and I've been there, to connections between ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture and the Crete culture and the Persian culture.
So he talking about y'all too. Y'all talking about all these connections to all these other cultures. Well, listen.
Yet when you visit Egypt, especially around Aswan in the southern part of the Nile, you see mostly black people.
Yes.
Today.
That video hella good. We watched it just the other day. Then they whip out that genetics article.
Or heard about a recent genetics article that makes the ancient Egyptians out to be Levantines. Let me be very clear, these findings come from one locale and a large stretch of possible locales in northern Egypt, and the finds date well after the foundational periods of ancient Egypt. It's somewhat as if, I was thinking of this particular image, rather than investigating DNA from a 17th century cemetery in Plymouth, we instead choose to investigate DNA from a later 19th century cemetery in South Boston. And then we conclude, having done that the United States was founded by people of Irish descent, and that Americans were predominantly or heard about a recent genetics article that makes the ancient Egyptians
and then we
out
conclude,
to be
or I'm gonna let them
Levantines.
say it again.
Let me be very clear, these findings come from one locale and a large stretch of possible locales in northern Egypt, and the finds date well after the foundational periods of ancient Egypt. It's somewhat as if, I was thinking of this particular image, rather than investigating DNA from a 17th century cemetery in Plymouth, we instead choose to investigate DNA from a later 19th century cemetery in South Boston. And then we conclude, having done that the United States was founded by people of Irish descent, and that Americans were predominantly are predominantly Irish. Well, that isn't necessarily how the writers of the article meant it to be interpreted, but that's certainly the way I've had people interpreting it to me. Even someone with a Coptic seemed to be a Coptic last name from the sounds of things, berating me for being such a terrible human being all these years of my whole career for ever having thought of Egypt as being African. So anyway, there is a deeper problem here. Genetics may be able to tell us about the different elements in our individual genetic, physical ancestries that we may have partaken, come from in our individual selves. But genes do not at all determine language. It's our own historical, cultural, life experiences, personal experiences that determine what language you speak, not our genes. And we need only look around at each other here in the room to know the truth of that. And it is these experiences also that shape our culture choices and our choice of cultural self-identification. Again, not our genes, it's our historical and cultural experiences.
Man, y'all be acting like it's your genes. He beat up everything Gozy be doing right there. He just said it like a scholar trying to teach you how to stop making an error. Let's hear it.
Cultural, life experiences, personal experiences that determine what language you speak, not our genes. And we need only look around at each other here in the room to know the truth of that. And it is these experiences also that shape our culture choices and our choice of cultural self-identification. Again, not our genes, it's our historical and cultural experiences. Now, the stories that I want to tell today explore the developments that laid the cultural and language foundations of ancient Egypt, developments beginning before, sometimes long before 3100 BCE. Now, the foundational areas of Egypt also, of ancient Egypt, also encompass not northern Egypt, but a whole range of lands extending far across northeastern Africa.
Did y'all hear that? I don't even get it. Dang.
And there are actually two ancient Egyptian foundational stories that I'd like to tell, and so that gives me an opportunity to change our slide. Well, one of these we might call the deep time story, the story of cultural and historical developments from the 6th millennium on down to around 3100 BCE. And the setting of this story was what was then a wide swath of steppe grassland, not some narrow strip of habitable land just along the river, extending for more than 1,000 kilometers, extending north-south from beyond the confluence of the Blue and White Nile in the south to as far north as the archaeological sites at El Badari in Middle Egypt. It was this vast stretch of lands that constituted the foundational cultural regions and the cultural heartland of pre-dynastic Egypt. But there is also a second story.
Did y'all hear that? Golly, man. What's muted? Somebody said, is it mute? Oh, no, it ain't muted. Hopefully it wasn't muted. But man, I don't think people be hearing what he be saying all the time. He said, El Badari is like the 11th nome of Upper Egypt. He went all the way down to the confluence. Man, he went so far down and went up to El Badari and told y'all this is where Egypt was founded. Not in no delta, not in the north. Listen.
Extending north-south from beyond the confluence of the Blue and White Nile in the south to as far north as the archaeological sites at El Badari in Middle Egypt. It was this vast stretch of lands that constituted the foundational cultural regions and the cultural heartland of pre-dynastic Egypt. But there is also a second story, what one might call the way deep time story, with its beginnings before 15,000 BCE. And the setting for the way deep time story takes us even farther south in northeastern Africa. So to give things their proper historical order, let's do first things first. Let's begin with that earlier way deep story. In doing so, we'll consider the kinds of historical evidence that I'm particularly known for applying, comparative linguistic and cultural evidence, along with archaeology. To excavate this history, we must set out, first of all, the language relationships of ancient Egyptian. Now, ancient Egyptian belonged to the Afroasiatic language family. Small digression here. There is an older name for the Afroasiatic family.
Let me skip it.
Requires two other, and sad to see. So,
all right, yeah, just so we can.
Horrifying to me. Still in our own day, I've been discovering there are only too many American fundamentalist Christians who still hold to this myth. It's really shocking and sad to see. So avoid this name as if it were the plague, or indeed the 7 plagues of ancient Egypt. So back to our topic. 3 initiating questions this really requires from us. First, how and when did the language directly ancestral to ancient Egyptian come to be spoken along the Egyptian Nile? And answering that question requires 2 other questions to answer. Where does the ancient Egyptian fit in the family tree of relationships within the Afroasiatic language family? And where were the languages of the family most probably spoken at different points along the lines of descent in the family tree, which we haven't quite yet shown you?
Yeah, you're not about to hear
So
nothing
first
about
we need to view
no basal Eurasians. You ain't about to hear nothing about all that pseudo stuff cats be talking about when you listen to the scholars talk about the formation of Egypt.
The family tree of Afroasiatic. What I'm going to do is treat a little series of slides here, tracking the lines of descent of ancient Egyptian back to the original Proto-Afroasiatic language. So there, that gets you to ancient Egyptian, and back through these successive earlier stages back to Proto-Afroasiatic, the mother language of the whole family. Now, these findings, by the way, are very similar to ones that have been previously published, but the version that is here is coming from the ongoing work of a team of scholars that I brought together. We've combined some newer mathematical approaches, ones that are actually used in the genetics field, along with traditional methods of working out language and language family genealogies. What languages are closely related to each other and which are farther, and so on. A first presentation of our findings is currently in the process of publication, and well, you know, the evidence is like, oh God, so much of it. Anyway, but I'd really probably be happy to talk with people about what goes into it, and we'll have to wait a few more months for the material starts to be out, and I get all the materials up online for people to see. But as I say, I'd be a little happy to talk. But I cited the classic work from that most parsimoniously, we're getting to Occam's razor here, accounts for the later locations of the languages of the family. The most probable history is, in other words, the history that requires the fewest and the most direct and straightforward movements of people into new lands, people who speak languages of the family. And a second principle, which is related, we might call the center of diversity principle. What anthropologists long ago discovered is that the areas where a particular complex of cultural practices shows the greatest diversity in the particular ways the individual practices are carried out or expressed is the region where the complex is usually the oldest. And the guiding idea behind this, of course, is that the longer a set of cultural ideas or practices have been existed in an area, the more time it has had for people to develop in different cultures, with different subcultures within that area, to develop their own new varieties and new features of those ideas. Well, in similar fashion, we can use this principle for language families. If there is a region where the earliest branching of a language family, where the earliest branchings of that family cluster close to each other, that will be most likely the region where the languages of the family have longest been spoken.
Now understand this, because this is the stuff people like Afro-Asiatic who be in the chat like to misrepresent. And Metatron too. What they do is they They put too much emphasis on the compound term, which has Asiatic in it, Afro-Asiatic. They act like the fact that it say Asiatic in there, that means something. It's only in there to represent the Semitic language. It's not to say that it didn't come from the Horn of Africa. Thank you.
So, how do these principles apply to ancient Egyptian? Well, the geography of the successive branchings of the Afro-Asiatic tree puts it beyond doubt in my mind, beyond reasonable doubt is the term I would use, that one, that the family originated somewhere in the Horn of Africa, in and around that region, and two, that speakers of the languages of the family then spread in a step-by-step succession of advances outward from the Horn. So back to the family tree.
So hold on here.
And here
So the Afro-Asiatic, even though it's called Asiatic because it got one language in it that's Semitic, it started in the Horn of Africa. Stop misrepresenting this African language family that got ancient Egyptian in it. They're telling you.
Underlined a few key groups so that you can see when, be able to identify them when we get to them. The tracking of this history begins with the first two divergences of the family. Initially, the Proto-Afroasiatic language diverged into two daughter languages. Each daughter language was ancestral to one of the two primary branches of the family. You can see we have two primary branches way up at the top of the tree. One was Proto-Omotic. I hope that arrow popped up so you can see it. Proto-Omotic, and that's ancestral to the Omotic branch of the family. And then there's a second proto-language, Proto-Erythraic, ancestral to the rest of the family. We've given the name Erythraic, that is to say Red Sea, knowing our ancient history, everyone here, of course. This is this second primary branch for geographical regions that will start to become apparent as we map the next several stages in this history. Now, at the second stage.
So he's about to show you how ancient Egyptian come up out of what he called Erythraic, Erythraic or whatever.
Of early Afroasiatic history, the Erythraic branch then itself diverged into the Proto-Erythraic language diverged into two daughter languages. That branch, in other words, began to develop into two secondary branches of its own. One of these branches was shall I go back again there because I popped it up too quick? The Cushitic branch. Okay. Now, this branch continued over the long course of its history to be spoken in regions in and around the Horn of Africa. So we'll, let's.
Ain't nothing Asiatic going on yet.
Let's see what we get here. So we'll go on to that in a minute. Now, the evidence is clear and straightforward. The first two periods of divergence in the family took place somewhere broadly in or around. I'm wondering what happened to two. There we go. Let's take it back to here. What we'll do
so you see where he at,
look at it.
Showing you the precursors to the ancient Egyptian language. Why we ain't in the Mediterranean? Man, don't listen to them pseudos. Look how deep in Africa he is. He's showing you Cushitic and Omotic at these early time periods, before the forming of the ancient Egyptian language. Now let's keep going.
It this way. Here we had, let's look first at where the Omotic branch is located on the map. Then here's where the Cushitic family, at its widest expansion, it's not as widely expanded anymore, but around 1000 BCE, but it's all around the Horn of Africa. Okay, so that's our two things. The first two branches took place in and around the Horn of Africa. Now, still later, we need...
The first two branches took place in or around the Horn of Africa.
Postulate just two further For we need the third stage of the history, we need to postulate just a single additional advance northward. The spread, if we take ourselves back to the tree, the Proto-North Erythraic, shall I make its arrow pop in there? Proto-North Erythraic. Okay, let's taking ourselves onward. It requires only a single expansion northward out of the northern part of the Horn of Africa to spread the North Erythraic branch northward. And still later in time, we only have to postulate 2 further single expansions outward from the Egyptian corner of Africa to account for the remaining divisions of the family. With the speakers of the language
outward from the Egyptian portion to account for the remaining portions of the family. So that lets you know Semitic gonna come up out of that. Listen.
Shall I make its arrow pop in there? Proto-North Erythraic. Okay, let's taking ourselves onward. It requires only a single expansion northward out of the northern part of the Horn of Africa to spread the North Erythraic branch northward. And still later in time, we only have to postulate 2 further single expansions outward from the Egyptian corner of Africa to account for the remaining divisions of the family. With the speakers of the language distantly ancestral to the much later Semitic languages, crossing Sinai from Egypt to the Levant.
Leaving Africa, crossing Sinai from Egypt to the Levant. And you talking about Afro-Asiatic, like that make us think that the people was half Mesopotamian. See how they get y'all?
And with the speakers of the ancestral language of the Chadic and Amazigh. Amazigh is what Berbers prefer to call themselves these days. A Chado-Amazigh branch spreading somewhat later west from the Nile across the Sahara. Now, just how long ago?
What? He putting dumb hands on y'all. He even said all these other people. Look at this arrow coming from the Nile going into the Berber areas. Christopher Airy is a beast. So all this start in the Horn of Africa. So what was they speaking up here? Clickety-clack before we came up with the language up out of the Horn of Africa? I'm just saying. What was they speaking over here? Clickety-clack. Then them boys came up out of the area like, come here, family. They said, huh? Come here? What is come here? They said, sit down, let me lace your boots. Taught them boys how to speak. But no, language don't come by itself. It come with the people when it ain't no writing. As far as you could scream is as far as the language could go without the people going there. So they was up there talking about so they came up out of the Cushitic areas. Let's go.
Amazigh branch spreading somewhat later west from the Nile across the Sahara.
What he's saying is the Berber language spread west from the Nile and then across the Sahara. Listen.
And still later in time, we only have to postulate 2 further single expansions outward from the Egyptian corner of Africa to account for the remaining divisions of the family. With the speakers of the language distantly ancestral to the much later Semitic languages, crossing Sinai from Egypt to the Levant, and with the speakers of the ancestral language of the Chadic and Amazigh. Amazigh is what Berbers prefer to call themselves these days. A Chado-Amazigh branch spreading somewhat later west from the Nile across the Sahara.
Spreading west from the Nile, later across the Sahara, man. Come on, man. I need to get a clip of that.
Now, just how long ago did this succession of developments begin? So finally, our third step. Archaeology excavates the material artifacts of earlier cultures. And the dating methods of archaeology allow one to then date the artifacts to particular periods in the past. At the same time, we can also excavate language for the linguistic artifacts of the past. How? Well, by reconstructing the culture vocabularies, and sometimes I may use the word lexicon because I get a little more technical sounding now and then, but okay. Vocabulary, lexicon. The culture vocabularies of languages spoken in earlier ages. The words used in those languages reveal to us the variety of things that the people who spoke the languages possessed, what they did, what they knew, what they believed, and so forth. If a past word had, a society had words for a particular thing or a particular activity, then at the very least they knew of that activity or thing. If we can reconstruct whole suites of words relating to a particular area of culture, then we know that that collection of things or behaviors or ideas were a lively part of their culture. And if the cultural suites include items that could include words for notable features of material culture features that are liable to be or likely to be preserved in the archaeological record, we can do something else. We can search the archaeological record for the times and places where those assemblages of material cultural items
Man, I ain't
occur.
gonna play the whole
So,
bit,
what
but
do
this
the
is
word
knowledge.
histories of Afroasiatic reveal? I'm giving you a little hint ahead there, and I've also put data in your handouts. Well, the most important for archaeological correlation, the words that we can reconstruct back to earlier and earlier periods reveal that the Proto-Afroasiatic people were already harvesters of wild grains. So on red, we've written the fact that, oh yes, there's a subsistence vocabulary. You look in your handout, I've given you particular sets of words that we can track back to each successively more recent stage in history. That's the way I made up the list. So, and this economic focus then continued right down through the early nodes, the early periods in the Afroasiatic tree. Now, I've proposed elsewhere that the adoption of grain harvesting was very probably a response to the climate changes around the period of the last glacial maximum. This period peaked around the 20th millennium BCE.
I'm waiting to hear somebody coming from the Mediterranean.
At that time, climates became drier, significantly drier. And the results in the Horn would have been the shrinking back of forested areas and the expansion of grassland areas with edible wild grains, especially in the northern Ethiopian highlands and the northern edges of those highlands. So, if we are to seek out archaeological correlations for this new kind of subsistence economy, now the salient question is, what would the diagnostic archaeological markers be? Well, there is one particular kind of item that is determinative of this economy, and it's an item that survives well in the archaeology, much better than the grains itself.
What is it?
And that item is a small sickle-shaped stone blade with a particular surface feature, a kind of sheen caused specifically by the repeated cutting off over time of many ears of grain. Is there such a marker in the tool in the tool record of the northeastern African archaeology? Yes, there is. Now, for most of the period of several years around.
Fetty Kalunga, thanks for the contribution to the show. Fetty says, the Fulani of West Africa genetically cluster with the Ari Amadic people, and the Fulani were also found in similar places with the Berbers. Interesting. Again, thanks for the contribution to the channel.
around the glacial maximum. Our archaeological knowledge of the farther northern Ethiopian highlands is really minimal because so few sites have been studied. But there is one notable exception, Laga Oda, which is down at the very bottom of the slide. Laga Oda is located at the northeastern margin of the highlands near the modern-day city of Diridawa. And the findings of Laga Oda fit right in with the predictions of the ancient Afro-Asiatic word histories. And the occupation at Laga Oda dates back to around 16,000 BCE, calibrated date. Already in its earliest levels, we can find those key diagnostic items, the small blades bearing the sheen, the telltale sheen, shall we call it, of harvesting. Now, because we lack archaeological sites from the region for the crucial foundational period immediately.
So among the people living amongst the northern edges of the Ethiopian highlands at or before 16,000 BC, at a notable site called Laga Oda, we find the material culture that show what these words is reflecting. In the highlands of Ethiopia, not in the Delta, by no damn people who wasn't even there, not by no Ibero-Maurutians. Just you look up Ibero-Mauritian and see if they was ever even in Egypt. Not by no, who is the other ones? I ain't talking about that. They talking about the stuff they talk about in scholarship. Not politically motivated attacks on black people studying Egypt. That ain't what we looking at.
Ancient Afro-Asiatic word histories. And the occupation at Laga Oda dates back to around 16,000 BCE, calibrated date. Already in its earliest levels, we can find those key diagnostic items, the small blades bearing the sheen, the telltale sheen, shall we call it, of harvesting. Now, because we lack archaeological sites from the region for the crucial foundational period immediately preceding, we don't know yet how much earlier this adaptation, let's put that back for a moment. Okay.
Man, he ain't
adaptation
saying nothing about no Natufians.
Begun. My own expectation, as I indicated, is that we may find that wild grain harvesting goes back to the high point of the glacial maximum, maybe before 18,000 BCE. But more directly germane for our study, the earliest finds at Laga Oda belong to the era immediately preceding the first appearance of the new kind of
That's
tool.
how they trick y'all. Agriculture is forcing things to grow. After you force it to grow, you harvest it. But he said, if you don't gotta force it to grow and you still got the knowledge to harvest it, in a sense, you're still farming. So he just spoke on wild grain harvesting. Like if you didn't plant the sunflower seed plants, but you just walked up to them and popped all the sunflower seeds out of them because they grew there naturally. So sometimes the fix be in with how they use these terms. Like agriculture was brought in. That means you had to learn how to force some shit to grow because it wasn't growing abundantly where you from. But if they was doing wild grain harvesting, then they was just like, I ain't got to force my plants to grow. Let me see, 16,000.
Between 16,000 and 15,000 BCE, the first amelioration of the extreme dry climate of the glacial maximum began in areas along both sides of the Red Sea in the form of somewhat increased rainfall, actual enough rainfall on the African side and on the Arabian side during that millennium to support an expansion of grassland steppe. And for our purposes, grassland steppe right through the chain of hills and middling mountains that connect the northern Horn of Africa and Upper Egypt, the Red Sea Hills as they tend to be called. So in effect, the climatic amelioration opened an environmental pathway in the 16th millennium for the potential spread of the wild grain harvesting economy as far north as Egypt. Now, moving on from that, who might have been the people then that could have taken advantage and moved that economy northward
This
to
is what
Egypt?
I be saying. Who sat up and made that a center? Cause y'all be talking about, well, it was a crossroads, blah, 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 all this stupid stuff, and be like, it was a trade center. All of the stuff that we understand as a given when we talking about the geography of the area. So that's why I call it the stupid stuff. It's not really stupid, it's the givens. You don't never hinge on the givens. And you definitely don't overemphasize what that means. If it was a trade, all right, let's talk about it. Because it's still in our lexicon to this day, still in our nomenclature. Now, we just don't understand it. Now we only think we do trade on the stock market. But when you go to the store, you're going to the ancient storehouse. You didn't know that? When you go to the liquor store, you're going to the liquor storage, which is turned into a market now. So let's just talk about all this stuff. If you somebody just said rewind. Hold on, I'm gonna break it down. Right with Christopher
Horn
Eric.
of Africa and Upper Egypt. The
James
Red Sea
said
Hills, as they tend to be called. So in effect, the climatic amelioration opened an environmental pathway in the 16th millennium for the potential spread of the wild grain harvesting economy as far north as Egypt.
Now, as far north as Egypt. Now let me finish breaking down what I'm breaking down. The store, we know it as the store, we call it the stove. We still cutting portions of the linguistics off of it, but it actually comes from an ancient word, a shin, to store grain, or shini, capital S-N-I, to store grain. All right? Now, so we just say we go into the store, because now future we got more than just grain in the storehouses. But what else we got? Some of the key, just to show that it's all in the linguistics. Because once commerce becomes a thing, well, it was a system of, in ancient Egypt, it was a democratic control over the means of production, right? So what you put into the storehouses was recorded by the storehouse scribe, and that's what you could take out of the storehouse. But then eventually, you don't have to take out what you put in. And we can find that also in the tale of, but he wasn't putting it in the storehouse. He was taking the items he had to trade to get other food goods. The eloquent peasant. And so in the linguistics, we still learn today that trade happens. Before trade happens, what happens? Not before we trade toys as a kid, but even in that instance. There needs to be a market. Someone needs to set a market. Nowadays, we go to the supermarket to do trade. But it's still right here in the linguistics. So now you understand that in some communities, there's not a supermarket. So it's elementary to see a lot of, you can see black people from the hood traveling to white areas to go to the best supermarkets. So I'm taking you back in the ancient Kemet and showing you before they built the damn supermarket, ain't nobody even going over there for no reason that don't make no sense. That you just gonna mosey on down from the Levant when you supposedly the one who know how to do agriculture. Why you gotta go somewhere? Just plant some seeds and wait. So what he's showing us is, when y'all talk about how it was a center for trade, he's showing you who set up the market. Then people can come from all over and do what they want. And these are the foundational elements we talk about. The infrastructure of Egypt. Man, when half the ancient Egyptians we talk about seeing the pyramids, them things was hella old. When Ramses seen the pyramids, them things was thousands of years old, bro. Just imagine that. Imagine walking around America seeing something 1,000 years old. You can't even think of nothing. Especially somebody built that was monumental 1,000 years ago in America, name it. But I'm saying not old to us, but when Ramses seen the pyramids, them mugs was over thousands of years old. So who set that up way back then? He telling you right here, so let's go back.
Climatic amelioration opened an environmental pathway in the 16th millennium for the potential spread of the wild grain harvesting economy as far north as Egypt. Now, moving on from that, who might have been the people then that could have taken advantage and moved that economy northward to Egypt? Well, the linguistic maps of the successive earlier periods of Afroasiatic divergence that we briefly looked at, they offer one strong possibility. So let's go back to those maps, and we'll put ourselves at this particular stage of history. And that is the divergence of the Proto-Northeast Eritrea.
All right, shout out to Audio Cyrus. We're going to look over that. I will say that a lot of ancient Egyptians mentioned the pyramids. They would mention them by different names that aren't known to us. So we'll go over the ancient Egyptian terminology for those pyramids. But a question relevant to this is, how come we find no traces of pyramid building technology in the Mediterranean? Why did that technology all go south? Why do we find and we ain't saying that the pyramids in the south is older. We're saying the evidence that the people who knew how to build them, they left that in the south in what we call the Sudan or Nubia. But let's listen.
Out of the earlier Eritreic community. The geographically most parsimonious spread line would be along the Red Sea Hills. Now, this is not a story of population replacement when we look at the archaeology. In the archaeology, some of the older tool-making techniques of the previous existing Egyptian Nile people of before 15,000 BC got adopted into the overall Ophion toolkit. The way deep time story, history that I'm...
So now he ain't even acting like that wasn't even nothing. He's saying everything that was happening there got adopted into this toolkit.
Proposing here is that it's in part a story of the arrival of new people from farther south in Africa, bringing a new subsistence economy and cultural ideas north to the Egyptian Nile regions. But it's a story, too, of the melding of the immigrants and the existing populations into a new society, with a new language and probably the adoption of new cultural ideas and practices that came along with the immigrants. Now, one caveat, archaeologically, this proposed history fits the...
Why is he talking about at 15,000 BC, the immigrants who brought the language into the area? No doubt, thank you, Osiris. The immigrants, my John don't got an H in it at the beginning because it's short for Jonathan. I just put that out there. But the immigrants he talking about is coming from the Cushitic areas with the language that'll eventually be known to us as ancient Egyptian, or with the language group.
The current evidence, currently available evidence, but there is one notable gap. We have no archaeology for the crucial millennium in the crucial intervening lands along the Red Sea Hills. But the history I pose at least does raise a testable proposition for future archaeological investigation. It tells us what I am expecting we should find. The evidence of the spread of a wild grain economy in the 16th millennium BCE through the Red Sea Hills. Now, then, just to go back briefly before we take ourselves back into Egypt, back to the two subsequent eras of divergence, as we've seen. I guess, did I decide not to put? Yeah, I did. There we go. There's the movement of taking very, very early language that's much, much later going to evolve into Proto-Semitic. Right. And we also have the later, still later expansion westward, the Sahara. I think we're going to demonstrate eventually that the Chadic, the Chado-Amazigh movement was connected with the rise of the Holocene wet phase. So it probably goes to the ninth, maybe 10th, or later 10th millennium BCE. Anyway, now among the Afroasiatic speakers who stayed in the lands on both sides of the Egyptian Nile, changes did take place in the archaeological materials over the long period from 15,000 BCE down to much later times. But here's the key point. The archaeology within Egypt indicates that overall, a broad cultural continuity extended from the Ophian period down into much later times. With new developments, yes, but with no evidence, sharp, clear evidence of notable cultural or archaeological breaks.
Man.
Wilma Wetterström.
So he said they moseyed down from the hood 16,000 BC. Then when you look through the culture, you don't find no cultural breaks.
I love to try to pronounce names where I can use my linguistic background. 25 years ago, argued very cogently, putting all these materials together, that this cultural continuity in fact extended right across the transition into the later eras from wild grain harvesting to the adoption of domesticated crops, and to the adoption of domesticated grains spreading in from the Levant, and also the spread of African crops from farther south, northward into Egypt. And this view continues to be sustained in more recent findings that we'll be looking at today. The existing populations of Upper Egypt, meaning from Middle Egypt southward in what we're talking about here, and also farther north in the Fayum, they did add new crops eventually, and the new ways of producing those crops by cultivating them, but they did so without the evidence of notable demographic intrusions into their lands. Now, time for us then.
Man, why you keep saying this stuff? Why you like, man, didn't nobody intrude into their land and give them no crops? Why is he doing this? He act like he heard the haters and then gave me the perfect video. Like I paid him to do this video, y'all.
Less deep time story. So we're back to a title page, aren't we here? Now, the story of ancient Egypt, Nubia, and Sudan in the period around 6,000 to 3,000 BCE. Now, to tell this story, I want to introduce a particular anthropological concept, the concept of a culture area. Anthropologists, as they built their discipline in the 19th century, encountered regions in more than one part of the world in which people of different historical origins had for centuries been involved in extensive cross-cultural interactions with each other. And because of those long histories of cultural interchange, the societies of those regions, despite having maybe disparate earlier origins, despite speaking different languages of different families, often came to share many features of culture with each other. Their lands formed a culture area, an interactive region of long-term cultural interchange and even cultural convergence.
If you listen to him and combine it with Maria Gatto teaches us, this cultural area is what we call Egyptian Nubia today. The cultural area for the development of Egypt was in what we call Egyptian Nubia today. Let's see how he defines it.
Now, I have long argued in print that Upper Egypt and the Eastern Sudan belt form just such a zone of extensive cross-cultural influences from the late 7th millennium BCE on into later millennia.
He said
And in
it.
past, I've taken to calling this long north-south extending region the Middle Nile culture area. Gets a little further up into the northern Nile area, but a lot of it's down in the Middle Nile culture area.
Could you explain in Egypt?
Is he really interrupting?
I was presuming on my audience, but upper means farther upstream, so therefore it's to the south, and lower, and so when we say Lower Nubia, that's going to come up too. Lower Nubia is nearer to the Upper Egypt part, and Upper Nubia is farther south because the river, upriver is south. Thank you, that's right.
So back to Metatron's analysis, even Christopher Ehret understands the African orientation that the Egyptians had. But Metatron didn't. As he said, Ku flipped the map upside down just to put Africa on top of Europe. That's complete nonsense.
Very useful. So what this is sort of the thing that I see. Now, quite independently of anything I might have written, this view has now become common understanding among the cohort or cohorts of archaeologists who have contributed so greatly over the past 3 decades to widening and deepening our knowledge of those.
Let's see if his quote says anything about the Mediterranean, y'all. 6,000, 3,000 BC. Let's just listen.
Those regions and those times. So in a recent article in the major journal Antiquity, David Wengrow and his co-authors bring these findings together. Their title is a telling one: Cultural Convergence in the Neolithic of the Nile Valley, a prehistoric perspective on Egypt's place in Africa. So maybe I didn't need to give this talk. We can read their article. In any case, they described, notice this title, Cultural Convergence too. That's quite a strong statement of how intensive and fully integrated this cultural interaction is. What they describe taking place is the emergence from around 6,000 BC onward across that whole expanse, from a few hundred kilometers south of the Blue and White Nile confluence to as far north as El Badari in Middle Egypt.
Oh my God.
By the way, there's a...
He said it earlier, but we pointing it out, y'all. The area of cultural confluence went all the way down to the confluence of the Blue and White Nile, all the way to El Badari. Then you're going to try to talk about the Badarians? Cut it out.
Map in there, and you can maybe start to find some of these places that I'm talking about in Middle Egypt, of a common, they kind of cover themselves and say a common economic culture, and they call it a primary pastoral economy. But they then go on to show that the cultural commonalities across these regions went far deeper than that. And the economy, by the way, was not completely pastoral. This is partly the bias of what you get to discover in the archaeology. But even little bits of the archaeological evidence, and certainly the linguistic evidence, indicate the cultivating and harvesting of grains, and certainly on the Sudan side of things of other crops as well. Crops we've talked about yesterday, like melons
this video
and so on.
Kill, man. I know you gotta stay in the bushes today. Hey, James, Pan-African James, this one of them days they're gonna stay in the bushes, bro.
No, from south, there we go, so let's put that down. I should have
Let me
you
ask you
see
a
it up
question.
there.
Earlier, my brother asked, I forgot who it was, but I remember the question. He asked, could we look up corn in the TLA after this? And I'm going to let you know we did that already by the request of another person, and we found out that wasn't corn like we talked. They wasn't talking about corn like we talking about today. It could even be determined by the determinative. The classifier for the word group is grain falling out of a bucket. So unless they put their corn in the corn cans like we get from Del Monte or whoever, that's how they had the corn pouring out of a jar. So this is an indication that they was just simply talking about grain. Yeah, this lecture killed. So this is what they talk about in academia. Look at the presentation. Look at the screen. Look at the, podium. This is the type of information that go over podiums. Some of these people information will never be allowed at a podium. Anywhere. This is Standard Academia. Shout out to Christopher Ehret. Let's keep it popping.
I just told you, shouldn't I? Okay. Onward. Now, from south of the Blue Nile, White and Blue Nile confluence to the around just a bit north of the latitude of Aswan, it appears from the differences we can detect that the participants in this history of culture interaction would have spoken languages of the what's called the Eastern Sudanic or the Eastern Sahelian branch of the Nilo-Saharan language family, a different language family, with its origins in the area of what modern-day Sudan and South Sudan. From a little north of Aswan to El Badari in Middle Egypt, they would have spoken, it appears, dialects of the language that was to evolve into ancient Egyptian.
Stop. Now, let's go back. Nah, we got to keep this right here. We at 5335, right? Let's remember he said from Aswan to El Badari in Middle Egypt, they spoke dialects of the language that would evolve into ancient Egyptian. I gotta open it. I'm gonna open up on another YouTube. And what did he just get through saying on the other clip?
Today in Egypt, the archaeologists often refer to, and I've been there, to connections between ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture and the Crete culture and the Persian culture. Yet when you visit Egypt, especially around Aswan and
especially around Aswan,
southern part of the Nile, you see mostly black people.
Yes.
Still to this day. Go back to Christopher Ehret, and he telling you that's where the people spoke the language that turned into ancient Egyptian.
I just told you, shouldn't I? Okay. Onward. Now, from south of the Blue Nile, White and Blue Nile confluence to the around just a bit north of the latitude of Aswan, it appears from the differences we can detect that the participants in this history of culture interaction would have spoken languages of the
Here go another thing.
Eastern.
Demotic was created by the Nubians. Now go chat GPT that and let the AI mislead you and come back and try to see what you can get over here. Demotic was created by the Nubians. Let's keep going. Just like all of the scripts, really, but let's keep going. I can prove it because there's too many Nubian birds from the area he talking about that don't got nothing to do with Egypt. That's in the orthography.
Sudanic or the Eastern Sahelian branch of the Nilo-Saharan language family, a different language family, with its origins in the area of what modern-day Sudan and South Sudan. From a little north of Aswan to El Badari in Middle Egypt, they would have spoken, it appears, dialects of the language that was to evolve into ancient Egyptian. Now, before we go on any further, there's something else very important for us to understand. I've kind of mentioned it previously, but we need to understand the geographical setting. For this historical period, forget the idea of ancient Egypt as a gift of the Nile. In the formative age, from even before 6000 BCE down to around the 3300s BCE, the river was not just the river was just another locale of settlement within a far vaster region of human habitation. In that 3,000-year period, an environment, and a bit from before then as well, an environment of continuous steppe grassland predominated across middle and southern Egypt, as well as far south into the Sudan. Some communities most certainly did live close to the Nile, and the locations of any early large villages probably would have tended to be along the river. But the great majority of the inhabitants of the Middle Nile culture area would not have lived along the river. They would have carried out their lives instead and their pastoral economies in
Cats be talking about how the cataract stopped the Nubians from coming up to Egypt as if they lived in the water like fish. For real though, bruh. And dad tell you that a lot of them wasn't even river centric.
In the wide expanse of lands extending for some hundreds of kilometers, extending both sides east and west of the river. Now here's a map that, and it's in your handout, I hope we gave you the proper version. Anyway, this is a map with additional notations by me, that it was given by Wedgrove et al. That depict the extent of this area. You can see the dash lines, the south and the north, that indicate the regions that the areas that they are pulling
Y'all
into
can
this
watch the whole
big
video.
culture area.
It's called the Africanity of Egypt. Shout out to the Hudson Center for keeping this up here. Watch the whole video. He put hands. I'm about to open up a Zoom. Please, let's watch our language when we have our contentions. Let's not let this be the place for, I mean, you know, I like to get it in. Well, let's just be a little professional. All right. Man, I don't know why cats. Oh, they say the live event is over. Wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong chat. Where my video at? Let me share this link. Feel free to. I see people in the building. Shout out to y'all in the building. If you haven't, leave a comment. I got 50 likes. 119 people, 50 likes. Why y'all gonna do me like that? Hey, hit the like. It's gonna get out to more people. It's gonna get out to more people. Let's see the likes go up live. Let's make the likes hella big real quick. Make this interactive. Look at the, hold on. Listen, why they go away? 51 likes. Is anybody gonna click it? So we can continue? I mean, we can continue. That's not like a thing. There you go. 52 likes. Can we get 53 likes? 53 likes. Can we get a 53 likes? 53 likes. 53 likes going once. 53 likes. 53 likes. Oh, come on. Oh, 57 likes. 58 likes. 58 likes. It's 118 people. See, that y'all help the video to pop. If y'all hit like, more people gonna know we watching and chilling. Thank you. 61 people. Almost half of the likes. 6118. I'm over 118. We just crossed half of the people click like. 63 likes. We got 63. We're going on 64 likes. I wish I could talk as fast as them auctioneers, but I'm going to leave it at that. Thank y'all for 72 likes. There y'all go. We active in the building. It's going to hit 100 in a minute. Let's see if it hit 100 before I get up off the screen. I'm going to do a 15-second countdown and see if y'all can make this hit 100. 14, 13, 12. Come on. 11. Make it hit 100. 10, 9. Come on, y'all. 8. Hurry up and click. 7, 6, 5. It's going to just go straight to 100. 4, 3. Are y'all serious? 2. It's stuck on 78. 1. Oh, it just went to 79. Y'all was tripping. I got to get up out of here. Thank you, though. The 79 is cool. I thought we could hit 100 in 15 seconds. All it would have took was some people to click it. But you know what? The delay is backwards. The delay is off time a little bit. But forget it. Thank y'all. I just wanted to rally the troops. So we got 30 more likes. Now let me share the Zoom link. Did I shared the Zoom link. Hit the link. Feel free to hit the link, but don't feel no pressure. And I'm about to enter some of the things my people put into the he said, sound like you ready to sell a black cow. But you said sell a bunch of black cows. Ka. Ooh. Yeah, you're right. Ka. It'll just be Kim Ka though. Kim Ka. All right, let's get in that TLA, have some fun. Dude wanted me to look up corn, and I'm gonna illustrate what I meant. Shout out to you. And shout out to the participants of the show. And just to know, you actually don't have to have a membership for the TLA. Any of us can use it to look up these terms. And knowing how, don't even trip if you don't know the transliteration. Don't put anything on the lemma line. Just go straight to translation and make sure you click this button here. Type corn, And they'll take you to the ancient Egyptian terms for corn. Now look here, they went to corn-er because it's not being right, and scorned because it got corn in it. So here we got corn Osiris, and this is when people that mess up. You know what people often ask, did Osiris represent corn? And I tell them yes, but not the type of corn you're talking about. And at a later time period when corn was actually over there, that corn did still represent Osiris. But when we look into any of these attestations, they're simply going to be talking about grain. All right. And here you see it says a bushel of corn measure. Now this is the determinative that I was talking about earlier when I said unless they put corn in cans like Del Monte, well, someone could argue, well, that's a really big bucket and these are ears of corn falling out. Well, this isn't how they use this determinative. It's normally used to show like something like grain falling out. Like this isn't indicating even thing as big as nuts or peels or nothing. This is often grain, but this just is a hakat, which is a bushel, and they say corn. But I don't want anybody to be thinking that that is the corn that maize or maze, whatever we call it. It would not be the same. And then how we will prove this is because when we look at the corn Osiris, it actually turns into, it's something that what we learned is a chia pet. So it's plenty different ways and plenty different traditions that attach corn. Let me open this up. Plenty different traditions that attach corn to Osiris over the ages. But the earlier ones were simply attaching it to grain. In later time periods, he was attached to an ear of corn. All right. What's up? The reason why we know is because of what we call the Osiris Chia Pet. And I'm about to share my screen. Again, what's up with James?
What's happening?
All is well, can't complain. Thanks for tapping in.
Yeah, it's Zoom. I don't know what was going on. It's taking a minute.
Zoom be acting, they might be having some issues. But let's go look at what I call the Osiris Chia Pet. When I told people chia pets came from ancient Egypt, I wouldn't say stuff like that if I couldn't prove it. But I know it sounds like a joke to people. But here we come to, let me see, here we go. Check this out.
Yeah, there is a wooden object which is the base of, I think it's the base of a so-called germinating Osiris. You may remember the one that Howard Carter found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, an image in the shape of the god of the underworld Osiris, filled with soil and planted with grain, which was watered, and then it germinated.
See? So when they say the corn Osiris, and we don't know enough about ancient Egyptian culture, we're going to think sweet white corn Osiris, huh? Or sweet yellow corn Osiris. Excuse me, that ain't how that was going down. All right, that ain't how that was going down. Let's listen again. And then I'm going to show you an image of it. I'm going to just click watch full video, and we'll let him show you the image of it. It's called the germinating Osiris, okay? Babylon Don says, so now corn ain't corn. Bruh, corn wasn't corn. Not in Kemet, they never knew that corn, but let's keep going.
A wooden object which is the base of, I think it's the base of a so-called germinating Osiris. You may remember the one that Howard Carter found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, an image in the shape of the god of the underworld Osiris, filled with soil and planted with grain, which was watered, and then it germinated, a kind of symbolic a resurrection and rebirth.
So it's just like a chia pet. Let's see if he shows one here.
Maybe Ayrton studied all these things in detail in his report, but again, we shall never know. Oh, there it is. That's a better view of it. You see it there in the background there, and on a
So
two.
you see that little thing? You see the holes in it right here? This is for the plants to grow out of that. You think corn could grow up out of that? Come on now.
Wooden objects here. Of particular interest, now on the west side of the sarcophagus hall, there's a small, rather well-cut room with a beautifully painted image of the god of the underworld, Osiris, still in more or less perfect condition after 100 years, thank goodness, although some of the paintings that you saw earlier have undoubtedly deteriorated.
He talking about something else, but yeah. So, I mean, the germinating Osiris, if you look it up, it looked like what I said, Osiris Chia Pet. Or I just go germinating Osiris.
Right. Well, okay, Smash. So how do you so why are they equating that to corn? Is that the word that they use for that particular?
Because the word was for a generic ancient Egyptian word for grain.
Right.
See, so they would put this like your ancient Egyptian chia pet. Oh no, I gotta share it again. They would put the grain inside of this little thing, and this is your corn Osiris. Okay, so hold up, let me share it. Man, we gotta know this stuff. That's why this the best page to watch because they can't get you with the okie doke. Let me
Smash,
see.
just now they when you show the glyphs was saying HZP. It had a determinative look like a train tracks. What that
Yeah,
represents?
It represents like a plot, a plot of agriculture. You feel me? But we're gonna look at some more of the terms. But y'all see this? This ain't hella big. This something small that you're gonna make a little like a chia pet. Fill it up with the grain and close it, and then then the
Then
plant
it's
could,
gonna grow
yeah,
out. It's gonna
like,
grow out the other side.
yeah, and it could grow out looking in the shape of Osiris.
Green.
You feel me? And so if we go back to the TLA,
You must have encountered this type of a situation prior.
yeah, we talked. We do a lot of this research over the
Like
past
it ain't
10
no way
years
you
and
could be
stuff.
on point, Smash. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this can't be missed.
No,
You know
but
what I'm saying?
somebody will ask this question next year too,
Okay,
and
word.
then you'll be able to like go to the HZP word, smash, because you see it right on the screen. You feel me?
Yeah, I see it.
So look, the
Corn
top one say a
Osiris.
garden, a plot, or a meadow, and so that answers your question of how this could also be taken as just a garden, a plot, or a meadow. But we see a corn Osiris here, which will lead us back to what we was just looking at. And I even got another attestation from the German time periods. You know I got the attestations for them boys. Let's see. From the German time periods, right? In this one video I got about December 25th. Let's hear what they say.
Yeah, and see, I like how you see what I'm just saying. I be learning from you, Smash. I be like, man, his clip game is out of control.
Are you sick?
I be like, I need to get on my clip game.
Yeah, that you whenever you watching them YouTube videos
yeah,
and they drop a lug, if they drop a lug, you gotta clip that thing.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Because them
Man.
clips don't never go out. They never play out. You can bring them up forever. They hate them whenever you play them too.
Yeah, you be
they
clipping
like,
them
dang,
up.
I ain't got around that clip yet.
Clipping them up and tripping them up.
We're going to listen to what they say in this one part, though. They talking about the celebration of Horus, but we're going to listen to what they do. Let me see. If I can find it. Garfield didn't like this video because it bodied December 25th.
I think you passed it already. Wasn't it by that Roman cat? Right, yeah, right around.
When they say something about the corn, I think I know it's gonna be a cross. I think it's the part when there's a cross image up. I think it's right around here. I mean, it's gonna be a cross that come popping up. Maybe I did pass it.
They don't know about the corn when you grow the vine. None of that. They don't know about the onion festival. I don't know. That's just cats pretendo knowledge. They pretendo knowledge.
What's up with you,
Peace,
though?
peace, brother Asar.
Yeah, what's up with it?
Peace. What's up, y'all? Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel, my brothers. You know, uh,
Indeed.
run around here. Just finally got out that truck.
I don't even want to play the whole video.
Yeah, you just skim through it. We could chop it up till you find it.
You know, if you go on osiris.net, they cover the corn festival in depth enough. There's the festival book too that goes into the details. But if you go on there, they show you how it's grown. They show you and he's basically cereal and wheat. And before he was a tree natural, he was a tree god. And then the mazes of corn,
All right,
they
here we go.
refer to him as well. But
check this out.
Word.
That Osiris is being buried when the corn is sown and hidden in of crops, changes of the atmosphere, or with the growths, sowing and plowing. In his essay, he mentions several Egyptian winter solstice traditions, including the birth of Harpocrates from Horpakerd, Horus the child, on the winter solstice. Thus we shall attack the many boring people who find pleasure in associating the activities of these gods with the seasonal changes of the atmosphere, or with the growths, sowing and plowing of crops, and who say that Osiris is being buried when the corn is sown and hidden in the earth.
Stop. See, first of all, you can say corn is sown and hidden in the earth like that, but they just talk about a particular grain. Because they say, and then that he lives again when it reappears when it begins to sprout. That ain't how corn work.
I have a quick question, the Smash.
Yeah.
This quotation is being taken out of what text?
A Greek text that it just cited right before it started reading. Let me scroll back. Let's see what it says.
that's the Greek text. If you go to the Kaher Ka text, it goes in depth in the festival book. But also, if you go to the Song of the Two Sisters, when they're singing for Asar to come back, which is the whole purpose in this December 25th thing, because the winter solstice is the shortest day of the year. And after that, the days grow longer. So the return of Asar is the return of life, is the return of things growing again, which is why they're saying the corn is sown, the wheat is coming back, here's the cereal. And basically the chia pet was his body. During Kaher Ka, during the months, when he's being sprouted out after you plant it, the last day you lifted the jet pillar to show his backbone, to show things are coming back strong again. It's the return of Asar. So that's the thought behind it.
And you know how corn grows. Corn don't, when it sprout, it's still insignificant.
Sprout like that.
Yeah, when it sprout, you ain't time to celebrate. You still gotta wait 6 more months for some corn coming up off that thing. You feel me? So if you ever seen a corn stalk, you know how corn work. It gotta get at least 6 foot tall. I mean, maybe ancient corn didn't probably have to get that tall, but they made the celebration when the grain simply came poking up out, or whatever the herb was came poking up out the ground. But this comes from Isis and Osiris. Let's listen.
Priest Plutarch, writing in the late 1st and early 2nd century CE, is our source for the most complete version of the Isis and Osiris myth that we have. In his essay, he mentions several Egyptian winter solstice traditions, including the birth of Harpocrates from Horpakerd, Horus the child, on the winter solstice. Thus we shall attack the many boring people who find pleasure in associating the activities of these gods with the seasonal changes of the atmosphere, or with the growths, sowing and plowing of crops, who say that Osiris is being buried when the corn is sown and hidden in the earth, and that he lives again and reappears when it begins to sprout. For this reason, it is said that Isis, when she was aware of her being pregnant, put on a protective amulet on the 6th day of Phaophi, and at the winter solstice gave birth to Harpocrates, perfect and prematurely born amid plants that
So right there, he said Horus was born on the winter solstice. That's what the chief thing, at least to them in their tradition. or celebrated his birth on the winter solstice. Because when we start talking about it being December 25th, what we found out is that the Romans didn't have a calendar all the way together. And they calendar even had something like other calendars didn't have. It had a dark period. All the Romans had worked out was 10 months. Then they fell into a dark period and waited for the sun to come back. And they based when the sun came back, it was December 25th. What they found out, it was the 8th calendar after something. We're gonna let the video tell us.
Burgeoned and sprouted before their season. They are said to celebrate the days of her confinement after the spring equinox. Plutarch on Isis and Osiris, 65 BC. This tradition of Horus's winter solstice birth was still going strong in the 4th and 5th centuries CE. Another writer, Macrobius, famous for his book about the Saturnalia festival, notes that
while we be seeing all these sources, and cats, instead of just be refuting the sources, be like, I don't like the video. I didn't like your video. Just refute the sources. Like these sources, you go to each one. A cat tried to refute this source and said, oh, it didn't say he was born on the winter solstice. It says at the winter solstice. And we sat there arguing for hours on whether at or on the winter solstice makes a difference.
What I want to know is how come they're showing that carnival woman just now in the middle of the narrative?
Oh, I just put images up because they talking about somebody being pregnant. You feel me?
They're talking about the birth of Peru on the winter solstice. So that's why he had the image there, because that's what happened. Oh, that's what the story says happened.
When it go forward again, you'll see what I'm talking about. A black woman in a carnival costume dancing on stage.
You can't be. What's that called? Those were stock video, right?
Yeah.
Smash.
I made this video with artificial intelligence. So the funny part is artificial intelligence be picking these images. That is even what's more funny.
It plants that burgeon.
You can insert your own images as well, but I can show y'all how to do that too.
Right.
So you can
it a little bit. The reason why it even come to my brain now is because previously I seen Jabari put out some information where he was trying to relate carnival to ancient Egyptian festival now.
Oh, carnival is indeed comes from an ancient Egyptian festival. Indeed.
Yeah.
Where you talking about the floats and things like that.
It definitely comes from an ancient Egyptian festival.
But we will talk about that a little later. Continue running this, but you go show me the carnival relation.
I can show you that right now. I can show you that right now.
Show me after this. Show me after this.
But actually, we only came. Yeah, I will. But we gotta remember, I just came to this to show the part about the corn, and then we started segueing. Since it was talking about December 25th, we letting it segue us. But it can. Let's just watch it. Forget it.
Sprouted before their season. They are said to celebrate the days of her confinement after the spring equinox. Plutarch on Isis and Osiris, 16.
As a matter of fact, that's a perfect segue right at that image, right? And so I'm going to go to, it's all based on a few things. When the Romans seen how much in Egypt the Roman people were into the Roman, the cult of Isis, which spread all the way to Sweden, they say. They wanted to stop it. And Christianity was the state religion by the not the state religion, I take that back. But by the Byzantines, they was definitely Christian. But all of Rome wasn't Byzantinian, you know what I'm saying? Like that was just the Christian factor. So let's look at how this went down.
I think it was the state religion of the Eastern and the Western Roman Empire.
Eventually. Yeah, so they had to get rid of everybody doing these celebrations that was considered pagan. So instead of just banning the tradition, what they did was they morphed them into their own. And so we could find out what Carnival does actually come from ancient Egypt. But we could show some of the attestations to where people can't get around it. Now, if we go Navigidium or something, Navigidium, yep. Navigium, Isidus. We'll start to learn a few things. That first, this boat, and even the boat that the whole carnival is based on, all of them floats, is
That's
about.
a fucking shame.
Yes,
man.
it goes back to the
man,
boat
how
of
you
Isis.
come up on the hold up, man? How you come up on this?
I'm an independent researcher.
Man, you crazy. Man, just when you think it stops. This man, that is crazy.
So now notice this right here. It literally says navigatum. That's like navigating the boat. It's the boat of Isis. Navigatum Isidus. And we got to learn Isodos when we see that. That's just another way they say Isis. Isidus, Isodos. Navigatum Isodos translates to the vessel of Isis, and it was an annual ancient Roman religious festival in honor of the goddess Isis held on March 5th. Dang, I should just ask when is March 5th. I mean, when is Carnival and checkmate that right now. Ain't it around March 5th?
When's Carnival?
Carnival is related to Easter, so it's always the Monday and Tuesday before what it is called Ash Wednesday.
Okay, cool. Ash Wednesday. All right, but here we go. Let's read what they tell us. Now I'm gonna click into
Ash
it.
Wednesday itself, 51 days, 45 days.
Now it's just gonna say in honor of the god Isis. The festival outlived Christian persecution by Theodosius in 391 and Arcadius' persecution against the Roman religion in 395. And the Roman Empire was still celebrated in Italy at least until 416, and in Egypt it was suppressed by Christian authorities in the 6th century. The Navigatum Isidus celebrated Isis' influence over the seas and served as a prayer for the safety of the seafarers and eventually of the Roman people and their leaders. It consists of elaborate procession, including Isaic priests and devotees with a wide variety of costumes. So a procession with a wide variety of costumes and sacred emblems carrying a model ship. All right, from the local Isis temple to the sea or to the nearby river. Modern Carnival, I didn't even have to go nowhere, it says it right here. Modern Carnival resembles the festival of Navigatum Isidus. And some scholars argue that they share the same origin via Carnis Navalis, meaning the naval wagon, or afloat, later becoming Carnival. Okay.
Let me put in some information there, because this etymology here, it completely different from the etymology that they teach us in Trinidad about the word carnival. Now, carnival, they just say coming from carne, as in CARNE, meaning of the flesh, and then like eval, meaning to like let go of the flesh.
Yeah, that's I'm not even gonna qualify it, but I would say that's folk etymology. You know, like it's like when people listen to how words sound, it's like picnic mean pick a Negro. That's folk etymology. You know what I'm saying? And they gave us 5 sources. I would think that it would be a strong attestation when you put 5 sources behind one sentence, not one but 5. And we could click.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard the same thing. What's the name was saying? I thought carnival had to do with they were saying that people was eating.
Yeah, that's nonsense. I mean,
I'm
gonna be fair to everybody. Let's be fair to everybody.
1 second. All right, go through. I will say so. I don't think you should say it's nonsense though, because really and truly in the Lenten period is when they just give up the meat eating.
All right,
in the
it might not. Look,
period.
let's see right here. It got something about that flesh and put away. So that could have some etymological roots. No, just like I said, they said what I said. Look, folk etymology. Folk
I got you,
etymology has it from the medieval Latin carne, valet, flesh, farewell. See? And it says attested from the 19th. Didn't I say it was folk etymology? Well, but just to be clear, I don't think it's all the way folk etymology because this real etymology up here says, oh, no, they tell you. Or say 1540s, time of merrymaking before Lent, from the French Carnival, from the Italian Carnevale, Shrove Tuesday, from the earlier Italian forms such as Malaysian, Carnelival, whatever, and I ain't gonna try to pronounce it, to remove meat, literally raising flesh from the Latin carno flesh, originally a piece of flesh from the Proto-Indo-European root skier, to cut, levitar, lighten, or to remove from the Proto-Indo. But then they go on to say folk etymology has it from the Middle Latin carne vel. But ain't that what y'all just said? See, y'all just said it comes from carne, but you're right. You're correct. Look, so only place you messed up is you said it was from carne vel. Your definition as defining it to mean something about the flesh isn't complete nonsense. But the etymon you said was a folk etymon. You should.
No, man, because if you watch it good, caro, it coming from the root of caro.
Well, see, look,
which is the same.
If you said caro, you would have been correct. I thought you said it comes from carne.
Caro is in Egypt, and that's where
same thing.
But yeah, I'm not. Look,
I'm confused. What the hell?
So all I'm saying is you was right when you said it's not nonsense, right? You're correct on that. But what you said was when you broke the word down, you said the carne in carnival. So you said what they said in this folk etymology section right here.
I know, but all right, just read the second line of the.
So all you gotta do is just not say carne.
Read the second line of the first paragraph.
The second line of the first paragraph. From the Tuesday, from the older Italian form such as Milanese, carne le val, old Persian carne le val, to remove meat, literally raising flesh. From the Latin carno, flesh, originally a piece of flesh. Again, I'm with you. That has a proper definition. But when you said it to me, you said it from carne, and that's all I'm saying. But you're right. That's okay. You like I'm saying? Yeah, it's not complete nonsense.
So how's it the same in ancient Egypt? I don't get it.
The
word.
The point what I raise it up now. I say in your mind now, which etymology seeming like is more correct between the etymology coming from the boat of Isis, the Carib, Navalis.
Good question. So the way I would rectify that is to go and see why these sources came to a different conclusion. You see what I'm saying? Because right here they say they give us 9 sources. They give us 9 through 13. When I click 9, it takes us to this book right here, Rugwick, 1919. Then we got a 2007 book. So it's not all of these are the sources they use to qualify it. Now we could come down here with Rudwin. We come down here and find his name. Where's Rudwin? So it's the origin of the German Carnival comedy and the Journal of English and Germanic Philology. Now, if we go into this book on page 402, we should find why that dude formed that conclusion. And so let's just this is only going up to 85 pages. But I could have swore it say back here, what page? Well, that's the second book that I should look into. Look at page 402 to 455, but they don't tell me exactly. Now this ain't even giving me the book. So, but anyway, I would have to go into these books to see why the other people form their conclusion to see if I'm going with etymology. But etymology.com is normally solid. So that's why I said that you appeared to be right, that ain't complete nonsense.
Well, it don't really belong to mean that I or that etymology correct, because similarly, like how like that the Navigium Isidis, right? And this etymology that they give us coming from certain Egyptian type terms, then it come like they might try to tell you that it's an Afrocentric etymology of carnival or something, but they might really be trying to obscure the origin of some of these festivals or whatever it is.
Yeah, correct. I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
All right,
it
but
could be.
but
What
it
he's
don't.
saying, basically, what he's saying is what you're saying could be correct.
But it
and
get
they're just
worse.
trying
No,
to
it get a
suppress
lot worse. It get a lot worse.
Right.
Because as we see, Navigidum Isidus is the vessel of Isis, right? That they used to navigate. They said it was to keep the pharaoh safe, and they had this festival celebrating it that resembled Carnival. But inside of the culture, Navigidum Isidus, the way that you would navigate the boat is by knowing about a particular star. And I'm going to find this at one particular source.
You will follow Sepdot to get to your
Stella
location.
Maris. Stella Maris. Exactly. Yep. The star of Isis. You're right. And so, but look, it says it in Wiki, but I don't want us to get it from Wiki. I want to go
Oh, it
to
says it.
the
I'm just pulling from
museum
the brain.
that has which museum is that? I think it is the Fitzwilliam.
Now, Smash, it also have a Roman practice, right, called Bacchanalia. I don't know if you would have ever come across it.
Now check this out. Look, everybody who watched this video, notice how the Fritz, F-I-T-Z museum has this as the Star of Mary. Tell me this is ridiculous, Elder Yara. And sit back and feel crunchy while you learn this something. Look, why do this museum have Isis with the metal netcher and everything right here? Literally say her name, Aset, as the Star of Mary. It is because if we don't know about Navigidum Isidus, we don't know what they used to navigate these people was a star. And that star was the star of Isis. So right here, they're calling it the Star of Mary. Interestingly enough, they're not showing you no damn Mary. They're showing you Isis. Well, let's read what they say.
Who's she feeding?
Exactly. Who Isis? If this is Mary, who's she feeding? Mary would be feeding Jesus. If this was Isis, she'd be feeding Heru. Why they got this confusion going on here in the museum? Obviously, museums know what they're doing. Now let's read this. We see the Star of Mary cloak alludes to the popular medieval Latin hymn in which the Virgin is addressed. Maris Stellae, Hail the Star of the Sea. Hail the Star of the Sea. What is the Star of the Sea? The Star of the Sea is Isis, the Star Isis that helps the boats navigate home. And it says, kindly her mother and eternal virgin, happy gate of heaven.
Uh-oh, wait, stop right there, man. Remember they said she wasn't a virgin? Remember that? Remember they said that? Yo, that was crazy.
Well, she in the form of Stella Maris right now.
Right.
Taking that Eve from the Mount of Gabriel establishes us in peace, changing the name of Eve. It says, loosen the chains of the sinner, bring the blinds. This story, the song that they're reading is insignificant besides the fact that they say incomparable virgin, blah, blah, blah. Now look, the Latin word mare, sea, was upon the name Mary. And the phrase Stella Maris is a mistranslation of the Hebrew form of Miriam. Mary as a star giving guidance to the sailors in the stormy sea became a popular metaphor for the help she gave to mankind on earth. The great 14th century Italian poet Petrarch wrote a powerful lyric about the subject. Bright virgin, steadfast in eternity, star of the storm, star of the storm, blah, blah, blah. Well, this don't matter. This is what matters. Interestingly, Stella Maris was originally an epithet for the goddess Isis in the Roman religion. Like Mary, Isis was the divine mother with the very popular cult and representation of her with her baby son Horus in Egyptian art to some extent influenced the way early artists showed the Virgin and Child. So this went way past Carnival. But yeah, it leads to Carnival because the star that they used to guide the boat to navigate them Isis thus was the star of Isis, which is known as the Virgin Mary now. Anybody want to go?
Yeah, well, I want to say,
that
I think
was
that is determined all now, the modern world, the Roman Catholic and them is observe the movement of the stars to determine the date of Easter now. So it must be on the same observation as certain heavenly bodies and thing is how they just tell you what date they're gonna have Easter on, which is what day they go have the carnival on. Yes.
Word up. We got Elder Yara in the building. What's up with Elder Yara?
Man, in the building, coming to smash on Smash
Yeah, I
Rock.
thought so. I thought you thought
You know
so.
I'm
at
coming
least.
in here for that.
I thought you.
clicked
Let
your
me turn
heels
on my
3
sound
times.
effects. You're gonna need some sound effects today.
You clicked your heels
Hold
3
on.
times.
Let me turn on some sound effects for you. What's up? How you been? Everything is well?
Man, everything is good, bro.
Word
All
up.
is
So what
well,
we do
man.
wrong so far? You said it was nonsense. Tell us.
So anything, first of all, you gotta start at that's nonsense. Anytime you take something from Jabari and try to make it a legitimate sound argument, you must start with that
I
preface.
didn't
That
really.
is
I gotta
not
give him his credit, bro. That I didn't start researching it before he made the claim. But when I
so
found the source material coming from the museums, I can't discredit Mr. Jabari for teaching us all something.
yeah, he didn't teach you that. Stop playing. But you're a nice guy, though. I appreciate you.
So you trying to act like you was studying that before Jabari
I'm
mentioned it?
sure. Oh no. Oh, actually, let me explain. Let me explain to you, right? So Carnival, right? Like in Trinidad and Tobago, if you anybody ever been to Turks and Caicos, right? I'm talking about the real Turks and Caicos, not the one people go on on the cruise boat. I'm talking about the real the islands, right? And when they do Carnival, they talk about Carnival all the time, right? So I have to ask the question: is there any evidence out there, or has anyone presented any evidence that any ancient Egyptian practices were evident in the west coast of Africa? I would say during the time of slavery, 1492 to 1600s. Is anybody aware of any ancient Kemetic practices? But sorry, Kai, you on the panel, I believe, bro. What's up with you, fam?
I'm not even aware of that, but I wouldn't even say that was the route that it took for us to get knowledge of
exactly.
it.
I'm over here like,
The route that it took was through Rome and stuff because the Romans was they took over Egypt. Remember, in this time period when the cult of Isis was popping, is way before that. So it gets smashed out at least about 500 AD. And so the people who would have seen and noticed that in order for it to transition into Christianity would have been them Romans who the Byzantine Empire and the others from the east, I think.
Yeah, great. I'm glad you went there, right? And for the brother that tried to shout you out in the back and try to give you some backup before he went there, you should watch Tombstone, man. Don't fire too soon, bro. Don't fire too soon. So when you go and you check out the actual origins of Carnival in the West Caribbean, they make no mention or no idea of ISIS. They make no mention or not or any idea of any ancient Kemetic practices. For them, they have absolutely no connection. For them, it has something to do more with the uprising and them fighting against the oppressors on those sugarcane plantations. So,
well, let me help you out because I'm from Trinidad, right? And
yes,
yeah, I'm from Trinidad. So what I'm saying is, what you saying there is right and correct, but what the implication what we're trying to reach to is if the origin of the festival have been misattributed. So obviously the people in Trinidad are not making no connection between carnival and ancient Egyptian festivals. But what we're trying to get down to is if the celebration of certain festivals at certain timings due to the observation of the stars and these things really have an older origin than the one that is given to us concerning like Ash Wednesday and these things and things like that. That's why I was getting out the conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Got you, Mr. Trinidad. Again, what I'm asking is, when in Trinidad, when they actually began these carnival festivals, it's at a specific period of time. It's not an ancient tradition for them. It's only accustomed to their opposition and their uprising to the enslavers, right? Which happened in the West, which happened in the West Indies. They never said, well, we are doing this to honor our ancient Kemetic tradition.
We understand that we're talking about. All right, the African slaves participating in carnival was in mockery and whatnot to the European slave masters and thing, right?
Yeah.
So that's where they get the costumes and thing from. But that's not the conversation what we're having right now. The conversation is, what is the origin of the carnival festival? Not what's the origin of enslaved people reaction.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. That is the origin. Because if you're trying to correlate carnival with ancient Kemetic practices, then you have to show the connection. You just can't go off liquorship, Jabari. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Trinidad. You can't just go off liquorship.
My name
you
Dread,
simply
man.
have to show. Give me 1 second though. You simply have to show us where the people in Trinidad and Tobago, where they were saying that this is our ancient tradition. This is the origin of our carnival. They will never make that.
Unfortunately for you, Elder Yara, we don't have to go through an idiotic process that you're trying to get us to go.
What was the idiotic process? I'm asking
because what you're asking us to do is just started right there in the Caribbean, and what we're doing is
messing it all up. Look,
we went past the Caribbean.
Just read the screen and make it too easy.
I don't understand.
So real quick, Elder Yara, the brothers in the Western Caribbean, y'all can tell me I'm wrong. Is it not associated with the Christian roots?
Yes, that's it.
Well, there you have it. Well, there you have it.
Right.
It say right here, carnival is a Western.
I'm glad.
Okay.
I'm glad you make that connection with the Christian.
Yeah,
so now you're saying
you have to slow down, because what everybody else. Wait, just slow down 1 second, right? We understand the point of the conversation, right? Is the slaves in the Caribbean got carnival from the tradition of Christianity, Western Christianity. So we're trying to we're determining now, where did Western Christianity get this practice from? That is what the conversation is.
So I'm telling you now, that is absolutely false. The people in Trinidad and Tobago, you should be ashamed of yourself for even trying to say that if you're actually Trinidadian.
Man, you telling him. He's telling you his culture, and you better at his culture than him, huh?
And hold on 1 second, because what he's saying is that the carnival celebration, the uprising against the oppressors, that was brought in by Christians. So Christians taught them to celebrate because they defeated them. That's exactly because they uprised against them.
Let me get one sentence.
Because before the 1700s, there's no trace evidence of any carnival celebration being in Trinidad or Tobago or in the West Indies or in the west coast of Africa.
Slow down and relax, man. Slow down and relax, man. Just slow down. If you would, we saying that it was gotten from the Christianity.
And
one at a time.
The Christian guide, while they're defeating the Westerners. So it doesn't start in Christianity, as you pointed out, and as the tradition would proclaim, because they got it from West Africa, which you just said.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So if you got it from West Africa, that's why I asked Smash off the jump, show me the Kemetic tradition like it's a carnival.
All right, I'm about to help you.
Africa.
No, your question is just dropping. Your question jump over thousands of years, and it skip how that. And I'm trying to detail to you wasn't it Christians who kidnapped everybody in West Africa and taught them a new religion and tradition?
And they taught them the
they taught them a new religion and tradition, and within the religion and tradition, you also learn the holidays and celebrations.
and they taught them the Isis tradition of Carnival. Is what
No,
you're saying?
actually, what they taught them was the Corpus Christi festival.
So the Corpus Christi festival, right?
Oh, well, I don't want to
You
take it
have
like
to
that, but
understand-
look, you can read what the screen say, because I don't want to mess
Hold
up what the
on,
screen
Jim Shoe.
say. I'm just
reading the
taking
screen.
back. It say many elements of Carnival were turned appropriated into the Corpus Christi festival, not the other way around.
So Carnival was placed within it.
Yep. Now listen to what we read the screen. Can
But
I
that's
have you
not
read
the
the screen?
origin
Can I
of
have you read the screen? So it's
It's
not
not the
so you
origin
can
of
know it's not us doing this. I'll read it for you. It says modern Carnival resembles the festival of Navigatum Isidus. So we got it stated right there. And it says some scholars argue that they have the same origin. So it's not conclusive, but it's clearly showing you that some scholars is arguing that Carnival and Navigatum Isidus have the same origin. What would that origin be? The ancient Egyptian festival. Like, what is the problem with comprehending the screen?
When I'm telling you, I comprehend the screen. When I'm telling you, Smash, just like Jabari, it's a reach. It's a reach. It's a reach. Okay. And what I'm telling you is because there's no evidence of it. All it is lookership. That's all. There's no evidence
so much
of it.
evidence of it.
So hold on. So let me get you on this ISIS tradition in the navigation of the seas, right? Because you made a statement a couple of weeks ago, right? And I actually did something on my channel for it, addressed it to you as well. Have you seen it? When you talk about that, there was no that the ancient Egyptians didn't use a lunar calendar, right?
Mm-hmm.
What? You were 1,000% incorrect.
Oh, but you want to know, you got to keep it in the context of what we was talking about.
Yeah, this is going into the context.
So what was the context that we was talking about? Is how the Hebrews truncated ancient Egyptian history and divided it by 12 by saying they was using a lunar calendar. So they was saying that the ancient Egyptian lunar calendar made a month a year. And that's what I was saying.
They did.
That's not what it did. The ancient Egyptian
exactly
lunar calendar was only 5 days different than the civic calendar.
No, but that's exactly what it does because you're not counting the epoch, how they use the epoch of time, how they calculated the lunar calendar. Just like if you look at Israel the Israelis today.
What is
right?
You didn't even say anything coherent yet. Say something. Start again, bro.
Hold up.
You gotta calm down. Calm down.
Let me stop you real quick because you already know because we went through this. When you talk about the 30 days a lunar calendar makes due to the moon's cycle, those deal with the mythos of two things: Heru losing his eye and the Tsar being dismembered and being put back together. They never counted a year in that fashion. The only person who did that was Josephus when he was looking at Manetho breaking down the lunar calendar. He always proclaimed that it would be from the Ra year is how a lot of things were counted. And then he went into an actual year and covered how Sepdot was the star that they started with. And we have, I got this big book over here, of course, which we pulled out several times. That tells you the myth of them starting time with that Sepdot calendar, watching the star Septus come up. After it did 30 days, a new deacon would pop up, which is how they got the week every 10 days. And after that, calculating when the star would come back around in its helical rising, making a year. So
it was all agricultural, bro.
Ever until Josephus made that faulty statement.
False. That's
about
false.
But we can prove it in the Medu Neter. We can prove it in the Medu Neter. Yes, we can, because we have something. I'm gonna give you something that you real quick, Elder Yara.
I'm telling you.
All right, go ahead. I'll respond to you telling me I can't prove it. Go ahead.
The reason why you're wrong because they first of all one of the main deities, if not the original deity, in ancient Kemet, right, was Isis, right? And it wasn't until the period of time that Asar or Assyrian worship became more popular. But the main deity was Isis.
What this
Isis
guy,
was
I don't
based
even get it.
on
What that got to do with
Isis.
it?
If you be quiet
Okay,
and
go
listen.
ahead, go ahead.
ISIS was based on lunar worship, and you just said it. That's why
Nah,
the
you messed that
circumnavigation
up.
of the
Was
seas.
not.
No,
I
hold
said
on,
is
bro.
not
ISIS
lunar.
is the dude. You can't even see
Stop
ISIS a
saying-
star at all points of the year. So how you
I
can you
never
see
said
Sirius
that. I
all
never
points
said
of the
that.
year? So how can
I
you have a
never
calendar
said
on
that.
something that you can't see
I
all
never
year?
said that. I never said that.
He
You
said,
gotta
said
listen, man, because
worship
you're
is
wrong.
based off the lunar calendar.
Man,
You
this is
already
they,
messed
Yeah,
up.
you
you
messing
should
it
be
up.
ashamed of yourself.
I said the
So watch
Sirius is
this.
what you ain't knowing.
So watch this. Hey, bro, chill out. So watch this, right? If you really study like you guys really say you do, the lunar calendar was used by the priests still. That was for a lot of priestly work. That was like for a lot of priestly, a lot of priestly order keeping
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Festivals. Since you're
Hold on.
familiar.
I'm just saying,
You're
but to
not
say
wrong. We agree.
okay, so
Go
to
ahead.
say they never used the lunar calendar is incorrect. So when you were
we
reading
didn't say that.
about what the
Nobody
Hebrews
said
were
that.
doing,
Yeah.
The Ami Unu, the Ami Winwet, who are the hour watchers, who are the priests you're talking about, use the lunar calendar. They did
All right,
not use it just because of the worship of our set. They did it to set the
I never
festivals
said that.
during
Thank
the
you.
year. If
Thank
you
you.
studied
I never
like
said
I
that.
studied,
I never
you would
said
know
that.
that you could
But you
articulate it
said
better. Go
they
ahead, man.
never used
But you
the
talking
lunar
about
calendar.
me, my
Who
contention.
said that?
So I said
never
my
used it?
contention. So let me straighten
say
it
that.
out
You
like I
right,
did for
that's
you
good.
already, and we proved this.
Go ahead.
Josephus and them said that each month in the lunar calendar to the ancient Egyptian was a year. And I'm saying the ancient Egyptians had no calendar to where 30 days was a year. Now, what we have as a lunar calendar, as a sergeant showed you, would be consistent to what we have nowadays called an almanac. Don't you know the calendar of an almanac is based off the moon so that we can know when we're going to plant vegetables and all these things that takes us into the season. And so we had two other calendars that was based on the moon, but you know what a civic calendar is? A civic calendar is the calendar that everybody go off to know what day it is, bro.
Right, that was the solar calendar.
If the civil calendar was solar and it was 365 days, the ancient Egyptians knew a year was 365 days. And so Eusebius and Julius Sextus Africanus was in error by saying they had a lunar calendar, so we should consider these to be months. These months to be years. That was what I was illustrating, Elder Yara.
But let me tell you why they were correct and you were wrong in your understanding. Because they're speaking about the ritualistic practice and festivals, which were based on the lunar. Yes, they were.
Incorrect. We can pull up the data. They were speaking on the king's list. They were speaking on how old the kings were in the king's list. He 100% wrong, but I'm gonna let him finish so he can be wrong.
Watch what I say after he say that. Go ahead, brother. You said they were based on the festivals, right?
Yeah, some of them were. Yeah, some of the rich by the priests.
Now some of them.
No, hold on. This is some confusion. Real quick. No, you let him out. You let him out real quick. It's some confusion happening. Just let me illustrate it, Yara. I'm talking about the book we were just reading, Yara, the Manetho book that said what Julius Sextus Africanus and them was talking about. You talking about something else right there.
Let him finish. Go ahead on your festivals. Go ahead.
No, not all festivals were lunar festivals.
You know why you don't want to say that they are lunar festivals?
Because they weren't all lunar festivals.
You know the Set Asar story is celebrated through the course of the entire year. So at no time, don't make me pull out the festival book.
I don't disagree with that, though. I don't even know why you're trying to make that argument.
So
because my
the
position
reason why
was
is because one particular story in the festival would take place over the course of a month. So there's no way they could have took a month as a year, knowing that when Aset is looking for a Sar, that takes place in a time of a month span. Knowing that when they put the body back together
What does the month mean?
Of a month's 30 days.
What is a month based on?
30
what is
days.
a month
That's
based
why
on?
the lunar calendar is. That's why there's 10 nimu there's 3 nimu that they count during the course of a month, because that equals 30 days, because a nimu, which you call a deacon, equals 10 days. So this is a matter of counting. Now you're messing up your count.
No, it's not messing up the calendar, because a month means moon,
which is a
right?
netra, which is a star in the sky that they count by. Then you know that when a helical rising takes place, it happens every 10 of days. That's what the myth says. That's what it says right here in the book.
We're not talking about that. That is what we talk about. Something I never mentioned. So all of that means nothing.
You done messed up. That's why I'm telling you where you messed up. So
no, I didn't mess up, because where Josephus
already
got his information from and Sar Imkar, he got it from the Egyptian Manetho. So y'all
Manetho told you that when they celebrate the festival, it's over the course of a month. He didn't say
which means
hold on. Yara, hold on. Yara.
You cannot count.
Let me ask you a question.
That's why I'm telling you right now. Because if you any festival, it's going to go over the course of a month. The next month is a new festival. Do I need to pull up
And he did right here, because I pulled up the book. I pulled up the book. You already did. I pulled up the book.
Calendar, 30 days.
You did right here.
The word moon.
Calendar showing that, look, that is 30 days. Be a lunar consisting that is of 30 days. So when you mess up and you continue to try to say this 30 days equals a year, and then you say it's best based off,
that's what your scholar said.
You're lying.
I never said that. That is not what he's saying.
Oh my God, he's
Can y'all read?
All right, now
Man,
we got it on the screen. Hey, anybody who want to read?
Jumped in the car. We was
hold on. Let's just kill him real quick. Somebody please read this thereafter the king. Now this is the actual text, and this is coming from. Let's see which one this is. This is probably Eusebius, but I think it's Cecilius. Okay, this is the Armenian version of Eusebius. All right. Now let's go down, and I told you he was dealing with the king's list, not no damn other shit. Now somebody just please read it from thereafter right here. Excuse my language.
Thereafter the kingship passed from one to another in unbroken section down to Vitus, though 13,900 years. The year I take, however, to be lunar one, consistent that is of 30 days.
No, let's stop. No, we don't even have to read the list. It says, I read it. It says what we now, okay, it says what we now call a month. The Egyptians used formerly to style a year. That is not true. That is a lie. That is a lie.
I know it
come from Josephus.
It all comes from Josephus.
That came from Manetho.
Oh my God. Manetho didn't say that. You don't even know how to do the homework.
So said that.
Let me real quick, sorry, let me straighten it out for him.
Josephus said it.
Elder Yara, please. Now the work that they are scrutinizing originally was Manetho, right? But Manetho said that it went 36,000 years. So when they got the work, they had to discredit it. The first discreditor was Josephus, like Asar said. Next, we get Eusebius and Julius Sextus Africanus. Here we're reading Eusebius reckoning with that long-ass history. And in order to divide it down by 12, he says, the year I take, however, to be a lunar one, consisting, that is, of 30 days. What we now call a month, the Egyptians used formerly to style a year. Now, everyone on earth know that that's incorrect to this day. And that's what I was pointing out.
You keep saying everybody on earth knows that's incorrect to this day. Did the Egyptians use the lunar calendar?
You keep on messing up the calendar. This is
I'm not.
You got to be totally illiterate
as a year to deduct the 30-day time frame.
I understand.
So you think the ancient Egyptians thought 30 days was a year, bro?
Cause you messing up.
Is now that I'm not what their calendar shows?
No, it doesn't show that. They knew what 365 days was.
Hold on. So you don't have.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm gonna mute out. You got it.
Hey man, come on, man. Is there no evidence of an actual lunar calendar created by the Egyptians? They never produced the lunar calendar.
Yeah, but it
Yes,
was
it have a lunar.
agricultural, and the other one, it was one for agriculture, another for festivals, like Asar been telling you. Go ahead, Asar, you got the floor.
But if they had a lunar calendar, how were you making the assessment and the statement, the hasty generalization that they never used one, if you're in fact saying that they did?
I'm not making that statement. I'm saying this book interpreted what they thought was a lunar calendar wrong. They saying the Egyptians thought that 30 a month was a year. Everyone can say that that's a lie.
But you're now saying they did use a lunar calendar, not just
Yeah,
how
we
they're saying
maintain that the
in
whole
this book.
time. I said in the
Okay,
beginning of
because
my
I thought
statement,
your
remember,
statement,
I
I
said it
thought
was an
you clearly
almanac.
made the statement.
The first statement
Oh,
I
I thought
made
you
was the
clearly made
ancient
the
Egyptian
statement
lunar
that they
calendar was
never
more like.
used the lunar
Do
calendar.
you use the almanac?
I haven't used the almanac
But
in
we
a
used it
while.
before. All of us used it at one point. But you see what I'm saying? It's still a relevant calendar based on agriculture. That's my point. But it ain't the civic calendar we use. We use
But whether or not it's a civic calendar or a priestly calendar or agricultural calendar, the Egyptians still used it. They still found a purpose for it. So don't make the statements that they never used it, and then when people say, "Well, yeah, they use the lunar calendar," you say, "Oh no, that's impossible."
No, I didn't say
You
it was
don't
impossible.
understand what we saying,
The
so
only
that's the
reason
point.
why we ever
what
start
he's
talking
saying.
about
I
a
read
lunar
what I read
Okay.
what
Well,
he
break
said right
down
there in the
what
passage.
we saying, because I don't think you do.
It's
All
read
right.
right there. He just
The
read
only,
it. I
no man.
understand what he's
See, I
saying.
told you, you
He's
don't even
saying they
understand
made it
what we
up.
saying.
He's saying they
Break
made
down
it up.
what we saying.
That's
I
exactly
understand what's going on here. Yara trying to say he don't understand that when they say they use the lunar calendar, yes, the Egyptian had a lunar calendar, but they never taught 1 month is a year. That's the error in this text here. That's what the man and them illustrating to you. But you trying to say that yes, they believed 1 month was a year, the ancient Egyptians. And that's what they
can you produce a lunar calendar by the Egyptians that said they didn't do that?
No, it's not a
Can you
lunar calendar that said they
produce
didn't
one
do
that
that.
said that they did?
Yeah, it goes like this.
That's what
All
we
you
want
gotta
to
do.
know.
The lunar calendar. I can show you the
this is
cycles
what
of
you
a
do.
lunar
Can y'all
calendar
still see my
because
screen?
they use the phases of a moon.
Bruh, you tripping. That don't mean they
No,
thought that was a year.
The
is all we
phases of the
saying.
moon is 30 days.
Look at what
I
I'm
know
about
what
to
it is.
Google.
I know exactly what it is.
They did
Egyptians?
too.
Used the lunar
They
calendar,
the first
and they
observers of the
used
moon.
a
Like, what is
lunar
wrong with you?
calendar based on. That's how they got to those high numbers. That
No, that's what he
13,900.
did to deduce
That's
the
what all
numbers.
the Hebrews said since Josephus, and that's why y'all is mounted the
No, they
polemic
don't know.
against the
That's
Yeah,
why.
you
No,
antiquity
still
of
on
they'll
a
tell
Egypt.
you
religious kick.
exactly.
We get
You
it.
think Josephus and them didn't have better records and more closely records to the truth than you do?
What?
Yep.
No, I definitely don't
No,
think that.
I
I
think
definitely
that's
don't think
Josephus.
they
retarded.
do.
Hold on. Can I say something?
That's
Josephus man
retarded.
was running around in the with dusty sandals, getting trapped in caves. Where was he keeping his documents at? When he was
Now,
trapped
now,
in the cave, where was Josephus keeping his documents when he was trapped in the cave and got all his Hebrew homies killed and was the only motherfucker came out the cave? Where was all this shit at?
That's you talking about before he became a Roman scribe?
No, I'm talking about the Josephus problem. He was such a buster that when I Google this, look at the screen. HUS problem. It's a math problem that only a buster could figure out how to get all your homies in the room to die and you be the only one walk out.
Yeah, you
That's
drink this
Josephus.
first.
The Josephus problem.
That's your boy.
It's a circular counting game where he was number
But now,
one.
watch
He
this.
said, check this out. Everybody who 3 people to us and to the right of us gonna kill the next person and we all gonna die. We not gonna let them take us. And he mathematically figured out that he was the only one that was gonna survive. There your boy Josephus that you boasting about. But yeah, anyway.
Now let's go into the text real quick, right? So we can get this right. It say right here. This is the deacons, Egyptian astronomical text. It says the texts which are the Rat Haret, the prince whose hand is under the sky, right? It says during the first of Arket when Sathis rises. So for the people who don't know, Arket is a season and it has months in it. So it's one season that has months in it. There are 3 seasons in ancient Egypt, for those who don't know, right? Arket is one of them, and it has 4 months in it. So he says everything is 30 days. This is talking about one season, which obviously contains 4 months. Watch.
Are you
It
sharing your
says,
screen right now?
No, you
oh
ain't
no,
sharing your
because you
screen.
guys can't see. I'll show it right after. I'm going to read it, then I'm going to show you. It says, all the stars begin in the sky in the first of Arket when Sothis rises. What is Sothis? That's Sepdot. That's Isis. That's the star we're talking about. It says the book Shin Ejinu. In the first of Arket, at the rising of Sothis, all these stars rise in the sky. That is to say, all the rising in Sothis is the first of Arket. It is the beginning of the year with Ra, in whom there is no alteration, which he made in the path of the stars. The book of Benin, blah, 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 blah. Sothis, these are 18 stars after her. If you count 18 stars rising after her, that means they rise every 10 days. That's obviously more than a month. Let's keep going, though. The beginning of calling the stars, it says. Pehu Duat first hour, the 4th, enclosed by the Duat on the 3rd of Peret, the 16th. Peret is a totally different month and season. So if we started, where did we start? We started in the
True
first
yet,
of August,
true yet.
and we're in the
So
3rd
alright,
of Peret. So
the three
anybody, hold
seasons it
up, brother.
have
Hold up, brother, before you hop in. If we go from the 1st of Arket and we end in the 3rd of Peret, and we're still not done with the year, does that equal 30 days or is it more than 30 days? Answer us, brother Yara.
Man, that 30-day stuff is nonsense.
Brother Yarod and Cut look like to me.
Man,
Alright,
so
well,
you trying to tell me he trying to convince us in 2023 that the ancient Egyptians thought the year was 30 days, bro? That's nonsense.
Crazy.
all right. Well, I want to elaborate on what Asar was now saying, right? It had three seasons in ancient Kemet, right? Aket is rainy season, inundation season. Proyet is the season of growth, and Shemu is harvest time. Each one of these have 4 months in it, and each month contains 30 days, right? In ancient Egypt, instead of a week, they used to have what you refer to as a decan, where it have the month was separated into 10 days. So it had 3 decans in a month, right? It had 3 decans in a month. So the start of the year now, when they have the start of Aket is the 11th of September, right? And that just runs straight through. And then after 3 seasons of 4 months of 30 days long, that's 360. And then you have your 5 epigomenal days, right? Where they add on to the calendar.
And that was like that was party days too.
That was festival days. But what many people, what my research has shown me, right, is that the calendar that they have in modern day Ethiopia is the exact same as the ancient Egyptian calendar.
Yeah, I pointed that out, and Smash has pointed that out before too. Yup, keep going.
Right. So yeah. So now, well, that just bringing that up, it's the same exact calendar it have in modern day Ethiopia. It come from ancient. It come from 2,500 years BC. Since then they're using the civil calendar in ancient Egypt. Yeah.
Right.
Elder Yara ran because we proved how they got the tradition to West Africa easily. It was the Christians who captured them people and gave them the new religion and told them they had to not speak them old languages. Now we speak in English and we Christian.
I want to know, since he so-called know about where this carnival originated from. I want to know the first Hebrew Israelites in United States that he could go by written, so, what I'm saying? Like where can we find this first Hebrew Israelites in America?
F.S. Cherry and the Commandment Keepers. That's where you get them from. And before
and it was based on the sleep, right? He had a dream or something.
No, it was a brother who before F.S. Cherry, there's a brother who's a Jewish slave. The Jew comes to America with him. He's a West African brother, West or South African, I can't remember. He brings him over. He's teaching him everything about Jewish tradition. And when he gets here, he eventually gets free. And then he sets it up with F.S. Cherry and company.
What year is that?
Let me look up the commandment keepers real quick.
What is you bringing up about the commandment keepers?
When they first started, the date that they got into the game, 1919, Wentworth Arthur.
God damn, that was just recently, like yesterday. Wow, that's crazy.
John Dwight and all that. Originally a Christian church. The commandment keepers led by Matthew increasingly de-emphasized Jesus as Christ's value and accepted Orthodox Jewish practices. As a result of these doctrinal developments, the group's name was changed to Commandment Keepers, Ethiopian Hebrew Congregation of the Living God, pillar and ground of truth. So the brothers like, I ain't African, and your original members was calling themselves the Ethiopian Hebrew Congregation of the Living God, pillar and ground, and Tanakh it all.
I found another dictionary that would help with that Israel Stella. Another dictionary that say Winnie is a word used to fast, to be fast, or to hasten, or not to hasten.
But yeah, that Stella that you I don't know if that's the one you're talking about, but wasn't it talking about? It wasn't talking about a nation called Israel, right? I mean, according to the consensus, they're saying. I know you broke it down and no the what was it called, the Marabata Stela?
Let's pull it up. Yep.
Yeah, the Marabata Stela. I think you say it's a serious, but the consensus actually say it's not really a nation called Israel. They were saying it's like a little place.
Let's get into that. I'm gonna finish killing this Josephus since I threw out that Josephus problem and didn't give it to him right. Now this how much a noodle he was, and my question was, yeah, I think I got more information than Josephus, and I said, where was his books and all his knowledge being stored at when he was getting his 40 partners killed because he figured out a math problem that would render him the only one alive while they all thought they wasn't gonna surrender. So it's like the problem is named after Flavius Josephus, a Jewish historian living in the 1st century. According to Josephus's first-hand account of the siege of Yadfat, it says he and his 40 prisoners were trapped in a cave by Roman soldiers. They chose suicide over capture and settled on the serial method of committing suicide by drawing lots. Josephus states that by luck, or possibly by the hand of God, he and another man remained until the end and surrendered to the Romans rather than killing themselves. This story is in Book 3, Chapter 8, as Part 7 of the Josephus Jewish War. Now look at this. However, in extreme distress, he was not destitute of his usual sagacity, but trusting himself to the providence of God, he put the life into hazard in the manner following. Oh, well, this is the actual reading. But what comes out is he worked out some math problem like they said, okay, now here go the variants. A medieval version of the Josephine problems involves 15 Turks and 15 Christians aboard a ship in a storm which will sink unless half the passengers are thrown aboard. All 30 stand in a circle and every 9th person is to be tossed into the sea. The Christians needed to determine whether to stand to ensure that only the Turks are lost, where to stand to ensure that only Turks are lost. You feel me? And so Josephus worked this same number too, and basically got everybody killed. But going on to that Murray and Patastella.
The Sirius Stella.
If we will. People call it the
Israel Stella.
So, well, in scholarship, they're going to call it the Merneptah Stele. Okay? They're going to say Merneptah, something that completely translates back to making no sense in ancient Egyptian. Nep ain't a word. So I'll just say the Murray and Patah, it gets a little bit closer. But people could do what they choose. So here we are. And as we can see, when we get down to the point of contention about line 27, which is supposed to read Israel. First, we'll see if we did this work from the primary, the one that they gave us. It'll be hard to even identify things. Oh, if I can look at my second monitor, it gets a little bit clearer over to the right. But let me see if I can find it in here. And this is supposed to be the first. There it goes. It's supposed to be the first mention of the term Israel right here. starting with these double reed leaves, and then going up to this S, this Y, this R. I don't know, I can hardly see, but is this a single reed leaf and then an A, yes, and then an R? And so I'll pull up a facsimile of it so we could get into it a little bit better and talk about it. Because what I conclude is that this is not, it may be a high good probability that this ain't the first mention of Israel. You feel me? And we worked on this various times on this show. You feel me? But it came to this, so let me snip it. Oh, we actually been translating it from the top. Where did we last leave off? Chris, if you want to come in, that'd be cool. Where did we last leave off? I can look that up. I'm gonna look that up.
We went down to the 4th line.
We got
because
kind
remember
of
we
far.
got past that.
Let me see. Drive. I'm gonna go into my drive. And I'm gonna type my net.
That's the part in contention on that second to last line.
Mar Patastel.
Versus Peret.
Oh, now hold on. Did I start? Oh, I started writing. I started writing on it. This is something I was writing, but hold on. I want to see if I got them translations. You know, you just gotta write when you're bored. But let me see. It gotta be one of these. Dang, I didn't put it in there. I know I got it saved, but I did, if I didn't write the name or Nepta in it. So I'm gonna write a word nay. I know this word nay is in the document. See, nay is a see there you go, because this word nay is in this document all over the place. So yeah, I mean it's not too many places on the internet where you could go and find the transliteration of the word in Patastel. So we start working on it for ourselves. So let's see where we left off. I left off at line 11, which is almost complete. We could probably go, let's go over line 11 just for the fun of it since we got it.
What's the purpose of that without the transliteration?
So what?
What's the purpose of doing that without showing the translation and the transliteration?
Oh no, first I gotta do the transliteration and then do the translation. So it's a step-by-step process. You could do it all at once, but you know, since your brain got to work in certain ways, my method is to do the transliteration first, then come back and do the translation. And so, you're right. It ain't no purpose if you only gonna transliterate it and not translate it. You know what I'm saying? Well, let's find it. Line 11, and see if I can pull this out so we can have them both open. And we ain't got to go all in on this like hella detail, but I would like to just look over some stuff. Actually, forget line 11. That's going to throw us off and have us doing a metal netter class. Let's go right down to where they're supposed to be talking about Israel, which for people who want to know in the future is line 27. So if you come to write 20 right here, 21, 22, 23. Excuse me. What, 24, 25? Oh, here go 25, 26, 27. All right, here we go.
Hey, Smash.
Yeah, you can record.
Thank you.
All right, so line 27. Down here. We can start right there. You want to start right there? Who want to start right there? I mean, Chris, come in too, or anybody else who read the Metal Netter so that they can see that I ain't just making up everything. But in order for y'all to know that I'm not making up everything, I'm going to use a dictionary that you could download too if you're following this show. It is Mark Vigus's, V-Y-G-U-S, Mark Vigus's online dictionary. And what that's going to help you do is it takes transliteration. And it's really a digitized version of Raymond Faulkner's concise dictionary of ancient Egyptian. So it's a really good source. And y'all know I use it every day. But I see there's a few people watching, so I assume it might be a few new people out there. Shout out to y'all if y'all is watching. So this first term I'm going to tell you, we got like an any, but it ain't an any. It's eniu. It's like to leave, to go away. This right here. So to make this teaching the best, we're going to color code everything. You with me, Asar?
Yo, I'm here.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is break this down and any of
I
this.
got you back.
What I'm gonna do is go snip,
NEU.
and I'll just get line 25 and 27. Just a second.
That's the line, as they would say.
Mm-hmm. And we'll be able to zoom in for people a lot better this way. Word up. So, I mean, I went over this with Asar, and I went over it with a few other people, and they don't say what I propose is out of the question. But the first future homework I had was to find this other term in in primary text, and I've been having a pretty hard time. So now let's talk about
recording in progress.
What I'm doing now is called parsing. So I'm about to parse line 27 by the way that I know how to parse it. You learn what's called group writing, right? And ancient Egyptians wrote words in groups. And so the first word here, now the easiest way to understand that is that these words, as you'll see as I color code them, they're going to fall into squares and sometimes rectangles. But you'll see the consistency there because the artist then had to conform to some type of formatting in order to make the glyphs look consistent, just like we conform to our format is writing one letter after another and from left to right. But this one, since it's a facsimile, is going from left to right. And if I pop what I appear to be, and you could do it at home too if you're following this like a workshop. I like a lot of these classes to be workshops. You press Control F on your dictionary document. Then I'm gonna press Control minus and make the words get smaller. Then, since inside of the Control F, I'm going to simply put a I, an N, and a W, right? And I see there's 37 renditions of a word with an I and a W. Now I'll make the dictionary bigger and start to see when the glyphs match up. Now we're going to notice when the glyphs match up, this is going to be a word about going somewhere. What you're going to learn when you read the glyphs is a lot of the times when you see the feet, that's kind of an indication that you're going somewhere. But they're going somewhere carrying a new ball on top. The word to go somewhere is EE, or there's other words for that, IU, other words for that. But when you got the new ball on top, you know to say I knew. So let's see if we find it written the exact same way. And you can build a SAR if you want to. Here it goes actually that quick. So let's be clear. First, this one says a messenger, but it's going to be different context, carriers or deliverers. Watch the different contexts we get. That's just a pattern or a modern, the red crown, a tribute, a carrier, a bearer. To carry or to bear. Now this is the one we're dealing with. To bring, to fetch, to carry off, to remove, to steal, or to reach. Y'all see those legs on the bow right there?
Yep, I see it.
So it just don't, this is not pluralized like this one, I knew. And you will see a chick bird behind it to represent that. And so I'm gonna let a star do the next word and then I'll parse it. So it's like to carry off, to take something someplace, to leave, to go, deliver, if it was in that instance, but we know the connotation of this text ain't that. So
Yeah.
what you think you see next? If you want me to go or you want to go?
No, I got it. So the next one we've got.
Hey, 1 second, beg your pardon. I think it would be useful if you start to write down the literal translation or the literal connotation for each of these things.
Yeah, why not? So since I had that document open, thanks for updating, telling me to just help me with my homework. Because I started on the homework, but we're about to do a part of it and I'm not even going to write it down. So I'll skip down here and just go 27. And the first thing we transliterated was I-N-W. Now you could take your prerogative because some people won't find I-N-W in the dictionary, but it's clearly this is a chick bird. So I'm going to do a literal and put I-N-W, but the root of that'll be I-N-I, but I-N-W. And so what you want to do, I'll take this off the screen now. And that word means to come or to go.
One
I'll
more
write that under it.
suggestion quickly, Smash. Quick suggestion
Mhm.
that you make a next line underneath and put the English language.
I'm doing that, but it's gonna mess up my formatting a little. So after we do the whole line, we'll come and do that whole thing like that. You feel me?
Well, the only reason I was trying to put forward that is that I think you might end up with a different sentence structure if you do it word by word instead of like trying to make the sentence make sense after the fact.
Well, yeah, that's true. But look, when I do the formatting, then I want to come up and continue up here. Oh no, that works. Well, yeah, I can do 2 lines at a time. I didn't know if they'll let me do that with this formatting.
All right,
So
I go on mute
perfect,
out.
perfect.
I what you need.
All right, so go right here. So what you're saying here, and I'll color code it as you are building on it.
So when I look at this one, I see my reed leaf, I see my towel, I see the what will make a Q sound. I can't remember which that is. I see it's not quite a quail chick because I got a quail chick over here. This must be a long A. It's like a hawk vulture. This looks like a hand, but I don't think it's a hand. I think it's just a bad transcript. Then I've got a water symbol and I've got 2 strokes. Now behind this, I have a determiner with a throw stick. So I've got I got a throw stick and I got Jepedu, I got mountains, which lets me know 2 things. When I see the very end this determiner, it lets me know that they're talking about lands generally or location. So then I go back to this reed leaf and I'm looking at that all the way to the 2 strokes, and I'm thinking that's gonna make my word. Now, as I start to sound it out, I know this reed leaf makes a I or a sound. This cow makes a S sound. And this little hill.
Pardon me?
So, yeah, but it can be an A or an I. And in this particular case, it's going to sound like an A for what they tried to bring it over as, for what the Christian scholars and other scholars have brought it over as. But this little hill will sound kind of like a Q or a K. Then I've got my long A. Let's start with those. So I got Iska or Aska up to this vulture. This looks like a D, but I also think it's probably an L sound or something like that.
What are you looking at?
It
might be an L.
The looking glyph,
right?
The hand glyph.
So make sure you follow me, right? So this is the hawk vulture. Right after that hawk vulture, you see that? It looks like a hand.
Yep.
So that would be a D, or it may be what I may know as an L symbol or sound. Underneath it is an N. It's water. And then the 2 strokes underneath it is either going to make this a plural or it's going to make the E sound. So it's like me or Lenny. So if I put them together, I got Aska, Denny, or I've got Aska, Lani. Now, if I go on my ancient history Rolodex, I know about Ashkelon. And I know the location. I know the location that we're talking about. So because it's Ashkelon, and these are Ashkelani, I'm assuming that's going to be Ashkelani, and the throat stick would make them barbarian to territory or foreigners. We don't have to call them barbarians, even though that's generally what they said. So knowing the location we're researching, there it is right there, Ashkelon. So notice we didn't use the I. My brother wanted the I at first, but don't take everything literally necessarily when you're looking at an ancient manuscript, which may not have pronounced it the same way. So we know Ashkelon is what they're saying, and it appears that its original name was Ashkelani, according to the ancient Egyptians. And so we've got that location right there, Ashkelani.
So what about the glyph there?
After it?
He's talking about the one by the hawk vulture's head.
This
That's
D
why I
right
said
here.
it
No,
may be
so
a D, it may be an L.
So let me show you. Let me show you by putting up the dictionary to corroborate what my brother's saying. Say if I put Ashkelon in here, maybe it's in here. I don't know if Faulkner got that.
Excuse me.
Askalon, right?
Yeah.
So it ain't in here, Ashkelon. Oh, I can show you in the TLI, and you'll be able to see.
Where do you find it? Where you get that Is there an app or something?
What the TLA is a thesaurus linguist. It's thesaurus. Are you talking about this dictionary or the TLA?
Yeah.
That TLA is the dictionary I just cited us to use. It was called Vigus, Mark Vigus, Egyptian
Mark
dictionary.
Vigus?
Yeah, it's Mark Vigus.
Yeah, that's the Mark Vigus dictionary.
So in the TLA, now we're here. What we looking up again?
Ascalon.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know.
Am I spelling it right? ASKALON.
You listen to H.
No,
put
okay, I
ASH.
knew you the H. Also, it probably would have worked in the other dictionary if I would have put the H.
Put it right before, after the S.
Oh, after the H? Oh, Ashkelon. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Ashkelon.
I don't know, but I'll try that.
Not good get nothing.
All right, then we go to the dictionary and see if that makes a difference. Because right here, oh, it's an E. All right, that's me messing it up. It's an E. It's Ashkel, not Ka. Ashkelon. They still ain't giving us nothing, so they will want me to do it by the ancient Egyptian name. Naughty Tree, I'm going to go to, I ain't tripping. Let me go to this. And they still ain't giving it. So I can't show y'all, but he was right. But apparently I can't. It's hard to show in the dictionary right now.
Check the spelling and from that dictionary that you just said.
Well, I went right up here.
Yeah, it's not showing.
They also spell ASKALN.
There you go, right there.
I spelled it like
spelling
this.
it right.
Yeah.
Now, but if you go down, they got a different way I spell it too. But it's okay.
Yeah, I think you sounded it out different. Like, see how it's ASCALON here?
Hold on.
Ashkelon, how I'm telling you the other one is.
Right.
They throwing that thing.
I kind of know how to find it. Let me see. I know another term that's located right next to it. But I know the middle number. Is this right? But y'all can go ahead, though.
What's that, God?
Yeah, because I was saying, just from the reading of the glyphs, I don't think it clearly it's saying Ashkelon. You know what I mean? Because
that show sound a lot like Ashkenazi.
No, they are talking about Ashkelon. Oh, so let's do this. This is what we're gonna do. We also are going to pull up the Israel stele, right?
But yeah, we can do that.
We're gonna let them show that what they say. So let's do this real quick.
About Ashkelon, I don't even know you got.
Your mic messing up. Yeah. So look, we're gonna go down here and let so that people can see.
It's not Ashkelon. We about to go see if it's at.
Oh, if it's not, yeah, it'll be Yohaman. But let's see.
Say it not.
Now, so where we was at is right here. No, Gazir. No, we gotta go up. We up a little bit more.
Carried up Askaluni. That's what.
Princess Prostate saying peace. The 9 bowls, Tenahu. This is a different part. Canaan, Gazir, Yaham. Israel. Okay. So look.
You see the carried off.
Other one look like
this is it. Look, this is it right here. Carried off is Askaluni. Now see right here, they got it on a different spelling. Look how they did this. See how they be doing in Wiki just to hide shit so you can't see the other way?
Oh, they be hiding shit.
I mean, I'm just saying. So now we're getting different information. This is still the same location, but it's Askaluni is the Askalon that he just was talking about. Now notice when it's spelled the same way here. Well, let's see how it's spelled. A little different here. This is spelled Tenahu. This is Tenahu Libyan. This is Tenahu.
That's something completely else.
Yeah, it's spelled different here.
Do me one favor and click on footnote 16 and see who gave that translation.
Footnote 16?
Right there.
This is going to be from the Bible, from Myth to History. And so, this is David Rowe. That's not they could have used a way better source than that. But that's not what we tripping off. Every source is going to tell you that this part right here say Ascalon. And so, and even the sergeant just read it and it just matched up to what he said. And so I said, remember that first word I said was to carry away, right?
Yeah.
And it said carry off. and it's Ascalon.
It's like to carry off or something like that.
And so now we see what the next part is about to say. They say seized is Gazir. Well, let's show how it shows that, and we'll show you with sources. This is a Mahi whip. A May whip. It's called a May whip, right? And so we got this chick under it. Just like we see the chick over here, every time we see the chick, we're going to get an ooh sound. So we got Mayhu. Now we got the determinative of power at the bottom. So we already know they talking about to hold, to seize, or to capture something of power. To qualify that, you open up a dictionary, and hopefully it'll start working. I'm going to put an M, a capital H, and I'll put a W. All right, now we got a Mayhu, and one of these is going to lead back to a whip, and then we're going to start seeing it to hold somebody or to capture. See, right there, it got one. It was used incorrectly, so it's going to be the bad, because it says something like a, well, never mind. Let me keep going and find the proper ones instead of trying to show people in different ways. So one of these is going to eventually be like to lay hold on something. They just simply giving us the lower Egyptian. Or to grieve, to worry, a drowned man, a fugitive. To flee. I still just getting hunters and stuff. So what do we get right here? They say to capture the seas. I gotta find it in a better way. Let me find it. And y'all could keep building while I find it. I'm taking the W off so we can just get to the root. And we ain't got to do this with every word, but people like to see.
All so right. Where is the whip at in this illustration?
It's gonna be there. I just passed up one with it, but I'm zooming through to find one, to find it kind of defined in the way that we see how they got the next term. And sometimes the dictionaries just, we got too many attestations. So I'm gonna try this. Let's see if I can find it. Well, anyway, cease. I mean, look. Let's look at the translation, right? And then I'll hopefully, if I can't find it in another dictionary, then I'm gonna just have to. They're saying seized upon is gazir. They're getting that term from the term right here, which we see mehu, but it ain't popping up to show that. So I'm gonna try another source, and then we'll see.
So that gazir is basically what we're calling.
That's
Giza
another place. Well,
that's what we're calling Giza today.
Not really. Gazir is another place close to Giza. It ain't there.
Because I seen you had a map up a minute ago, and that was in the same area. That's what I was noticing.
Seized is Gazir. Now look, there it go. I told y'all the root means to seize. You see that whip and that arm?
Right. Yeah.
So let's go back to the text. We was looking at, and we seen a whip.
Whipping arm.
And then you see a chick that just make it plural. So this is Mayhu instead of just the MH, it's MHW. And then you see the arm, this means to seize. So what's being seized? The capture of, and here goes the.
But I don't think that's the same thing though, right?
What?
The sun, it looked like a parenthesis. The one you just said, the whip in the bottom.
This is the whip and then the chick. No, this is an arm holding something. It looked like it's but whenever you see this arm holding something, it most often gives you an attribute about power.
So how you pronounce that?
You don't pronounce it as a determinative. So you pronounce the word above it. You pronounce this word mehu.
The chick make that ooh sound, right?
Yeah. So the top is M-A-H and the bottom is a W. So how would you do R-U? So how would you do that? How would you pronounce that? M-H-W. You feel me? We don't know what vowels they put there. So I'm just saying mehu. Just using the system by the Egyptologists so that we can do scholastic work. It's not necessarily rendering the proper way they said it, but we could get through this text that way. And so this mehu right here is giving us, with this power hand, is as we found in the TLA right here, it means to hold or to seize. So when we come back to the translation, we can say they qualify in saying that that means to hold or to seize right here. But they say seized upon is gazir. Why do they say that? Because they know the word order is verb, subject, object. I keep saying verb, subject, object, noun, I guess. VSO, whatever. Verb, subject, object, verb, whatever. I don't know. But the verb is first. Now I got to see ancient Egyptian word order. Every time I forget stuff. VSO word order.
They got VSOP.
Let me see. VSO word order Egyptian. Verb, subject, object. So I could just say VSO because the object is the noun. I knew why I kept forgetting. And so it'll be VSO is the standard ancient Egyptian word order. Verb, subject, object. So this is why the author here says seized first. Because if this statement right here is starting a new sentence, it should be a verb, he's saying. So seized is like past tense for capture or something. Seized. Seized. This is their is upon, but this is just an M. A M that represents of or by, not by. Sometimes it can be by. And now here's the thing. This is where it's going to start getting tricky. So I'll put this in its own color. Because the things that we see in this fuchsia pink is where the play going to start coming, and I'm going to be able to prove it to you guys. Like, first of all, my partner who came on and got cooked the other day because he thought that Wadu article was worthy of standing behind. What he should be watching. If you're watching this, shout out to you, good brother. And what I'm about to illustrate here is some anomalies in this text, right? So first of all, they want us to think that this says gazir.
Gazir.
Now, let me show you what they want us to think it say. Gazir, right? Now, if I click Gazir, tell it to open in a new link, we're going to clearly see that Gazir is right in the region. Right there. So, but they know they could play on these words like this. Gazir is right here, right? So they could have mentioned Gazir, but Gazir, from the ancient Egyptian perspective, was insignificant. So insignificant that if I pulled it up and clicked on the attestations, it's just like this Israel word. This the only time they spoke or mentioned Gazir. So let's trip off that. Because when we come to this text, I want y'all to see something. Now, here's one of the anomalies. A R, which is this mouth, with the
I seen I, right?
No, that's not an eye. It's the mouth. It's representative of these are lips.
Lips, okay.
Yeah, and it's like a mouth that's kind of open. You see what I'm saying? That's what that represents, and it has a single stroke under it. Now, in the grammar of the ancient Egyptian, and I'm even going to use qualified sources to prove it. In the grammar of the ancient Egyptian, when you see a logogrammic stroke under a glyph, you're supposed to take that logogrammic stroke. Take that glyph kind of literally. Like you're not supposed to translate it for the phonetic quality or ra. You're supposed to literally think something about a mouth. But the grammar that's used throughout this text, one thing is you're going to find is they put this R here, which is not an L. They put this R here in front of locations right before the throw stick, and the thing is consistent, at least on this line. When we come over to this other term, which is supposed to say Israel, what do you see? A R, and I'm going to put these terms of scrutiny in all this color. That's the contingency of what they said the word was. I'll erase this in a minute. See this R?
That's supposed to be Israel right here.
Yeah. You see this R right here? And you see this logogrammic stroke. So see how that's consistent where over here is going to be another R and a logogrammic stroke on this other location. Now, right? Now watch how I decode this. There's an R and a logogrammic stroke, and then you see the throw stick. Now over here you see an R, a logogrammic stroke, and the throw stick. But this one has a land, and this one got some people. So already we know that when whoever they talk about over here, They ain't even talking about a land. They talking about some people. But we gon' get there when we get there. Because first we need to understand the grammar of whoever wrote this text and how he's writing things. So now, if we consider this R a part of this word, that it seems that we possibly shouldn't, but if we are to consider this a part of this word, then first of all, it's gonna be wrong anyway. Let me show you when I pull up this. This is what we really have on the screen. Where are my other documents? Here it goes. We have a Q, not a G. We have Q, A. Now this is the problem. Whoever wrote this text, so people say they don't write the vowels. They don't write the vowels. One thing we got to realize is we have certain glyphs that hold the place of particular weak consonants. Weak vowels too in ancient Egyptian. Particularly, we say they don't do the vowels, but you know how close a U is to a W, that you just double your U sound and you got a W. A double U is literally that, a W. So if I say Mountain Dew, you don't know if I said Mountain D-U or Mountain D-E-W, because phonetically we still making the same sound, but I don't want to get too off on a tangent. Right. So look, we got this Q, this A, which is a weak vowel, but then they use a DJ, and this is why I said that for my brother the other day. So now let's put the DJ here, and DJ is normally really just said with a J. Magi is written with a DJ. Did I say mad-jai? You kind of just say magi, and you silently make the DJs. All right, with the Jed pillar. I could say the Jed pillar, but I'm just saying Jed pillar because the D is silent. That's represented in this DJ consonant cluster here. Okay, and so then we got, this is the same chick bird, which giving us the ooh right here. So look, I want y'all to clearly see that this bird don't got a beak. These are the simple things that you got to pick up on to know the difference. This bird got a beak. So y'all have to agree, them two different birds. At least, I could be trying to be deceiving. At least you could agree one don't got a beak, right?
Right.
You feel me? And if this was a symbol where each one represented a different sound, we can't say that this bird in the final is the same bird right here because it don't got the beak. It'll break up our transliteration. How could we form a system on that? Like if this word with the beak represents an A, then how can I say this is still an A when it don't got the beak? You feel me? It would be an inconsistent system. But they're using this inconsistent system because they say that this say Gazir. Remember? Now, if you go translate Gazir, they're telling us by default that the A chick here is then an E. And that this other chick, which represents maybe a different type of verb, is then a E. And that this R is the R in the end of Gazir, represented by this logogrammic stroke. So that they say that this is this place right here, but watch this. They say it's this place right here, Gazir. G-E-Z-E-R. So they messing up because they're saying the DJ just sound is a Z. They've done that before in ancient Egyptian. They used to call the Magi the Mazoe, right? But let's keep being consistent, because what isn't mentioned here is a place that I propose this actually is. Right? Because this R shouldn't be there, because we learned in the ancient Egyptian language the inconsistency of putting this R with this logogrammic stroke here. Now let me bust them out all the way. This is about to be the biggest bust out about this Stella right here. Shout out to Brother Reggie. Whenever you got time, hit the link. Here go the biggest bust out, one of the first ones. Now, since we notice this R with this logogrammic stroke is an anomaly, they are clearly telling us that this author who wrote this text said that this was Gazir here. You just seen that, right? And the is coming from this R. So you don't have to know Metal Netter to know that. Just know that this is consistent. I mean, it should be consistent when I'm showing you. So let's see if this person who wrote this thought that then why does, when you scroll over here to this word, excuse me, I went too far. They say, oh, now in a matter of words, the same artistan wants you to take this logogrammic stroke now and the R and make it mean an L. Because this is supposed to be Israel, remember? Ain't this supposed to say Israel? But here's something. He used the R right here. So the only difference between this R, see, you got to think about this. When people write things, they need you to understand it. So they couldn't just know in their head that the last R represented a L. They would have to write it into here in some type of a way to indicate that this final R is holding a different position. This is why we see in that word, this is why we see a logogrammic stroke here. Well, we'll talk about the Semitic loanword issue. That is key. But the logogrammic stroke under the R definitely doesn't indicate Semitic loanwords. In Semitic loanwords, they would possibly sometimes switch the R and use it as an L, but I'm showing you the anomaly here. Because if he wanted to show us that this was an L, all he did was put a logogrammic stroke under it. So therefore, when we come back to the prior word, he would have been wanting us to think that right here too, because he put a logogrammic stroke under it. Now let me show you what is about to get sticky. Because when we take this R and say, okay, let's parse this different. Because I think the Egyptologists may be parsing this in a way that the ancient Egyptians don't want us to parse it. Maybe that this is just another term that is arriving at this time period right before the closure of the word, which would turn the statement of these people into sort of a phrase. Okay? Now let's look at what happens when we do this. One thing is clear, everybody who read ancient Egyptian know these aren't two E's. No one could ever argue that. But what one could argue is that, shout out, the single stroke can also indicate that the group writing is being used. Okay, great. And that's a good one to put forth. All right. But as it appears that my color coding indicates that group writing is being used all throughout this text. So that means that I'm trying to be in the mind of the scribe. That means he would not stop at this point to just give us an indication that group writing is being used in this instance and not in all of the previous terms that I've separated in the group. Like this may he, and even this the former word where he did not do that with a logogrammic stroke. You see what I mean? And so I'm just trying to see where the rules apply that remain consistent. Now let's look at this. Say this is not what you would do in a real class, but I'm trying to get us to look at something. I'm proposing that this needs to be parsed out of here some way in order to turn this into a, go ahead.
1 second there, Smash.
The link. That's for the link.
Yeah, you are the link there.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Let me share the link.
And another thing, you have any meaning for Kaju?
Any meaning for what?
For the QAJU.
Hold on, where the link go? Just 1 second. Yeah, I'm about to give it to you in a second, and it's gonna make more sense because we're gonna note that these places that they saying ain't the place that they say. But one of them is a place that they hating on right at this time, so they making it like, it ain't never cool to mention certain places. But what I'm about to argue here, I want to get y'all opinion. If I could find the damn Zoom. Well, I got to stop sharing for a minute in order to find the link. There we go. All right, I'm about to share the link, and y'all please hit the chat if y'all into this. So, yeah. Group writing for Semitic words, all of that has been taken into consideration in this analysis, trust me. And we still going to tell you that what you're going to see here is going to at least make you say, yeah, that's kind of crazy, if nothing else. Now, and this article, and this is arguing some prominence of a place called Gazir, so prominent enough that it got mentioned in the text. Now, and then that make you guys who know the Medu Neter transliterate this A as an E and this other bird as an E. I don't think y'all gonna really do that. So if we take this last R off and we come back here, and we could qualify this Q being used as a G. I've seen where that scoops over. We still got a G, but now we know this is an A bird, and that's Ga. And then we got this DJ that they use as a Z sometimes. So you literally got Gas. And now we should look at the primary to see what this bird, if it comes out to be a vulture bird that we can make, we'll see that this says Gaza. If not, Gazoo. But Gazir with the R is kind of hard. They could force it. It could say Gaza. It could not say Gaza. And the question to ask you, if this says Gazir, that means the G and the Z is perfect, right? So what's the difference between Gazir and Gaza?
Why are you saying that the last word is not a oo sound?
Well, this could be a ooh bird. You feel me? But but this one he put a beak on. You see what I mean? And so this is a facsimile. And when you come to this portions of the real text, it's so bad that we'll rush back to the facsimile. You see what I'm saying? But even if we try to go look at it real quick.
I noticed the one in green doesn't have a tail.
So let's see if we
Does
can
that
see
matter?
it. Which one in green?
Well,
let's look to see if we can identify what kind of bird that second bird is. Hold up. Let me see. So we're on line 27. So it started with these legs right here. And then we got through this first word. Now I can see it on my other monitor better. So hold on. Now, there go the M. See, like here go the second bird. So we could clearly. So
we can't see on the screen.
Oh, y'all not seeing that? Hold on, let me reshare. New share. Screen. There we go. Here go the bird. If I'm not, because that's the M. That's the first Q for D. This is the first bird. This is the Magi. I mean the DJ, and this is the second bird. So let me see how bigger I can make it. Dang man, I just lost it. I'll find it again. Here go the legs. Here go the second bird. Right here. I'm hovering over it. Now I'm gonna see how bigger we can make it, and go back down, and see. Hold up, I gotta find it again. Here come Chris. Shout out to Chris. Now here it is on the screen. That's the M that we was just looking at. There go that. So if I can show y'all to help, I'll pull this up too and make it smaller, and still make it big though. Let me see. What's up, Chris?
What up, Smash? Peace.
Having some fun with these glyphs before I close this showdown. Let me see. What's up with you? Oh, so now my contention is that first of all, when do we make birds into E's?
Never.
Yeah, we never make birds into E's. And so this is the section we're looking at here. And I noticed that in this transliteration, this bird, in this facsimile, this bird here does not have a beak. And so I was like, we couldn't classify it as the same bird that has a beak. But nevertheless, that's all coming from. Now this one appears to actually have a beak right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then this one, now we see the Magi, we see the DJ, the fire or whatever right here. And then we see another outline of a bird. But let's be clear. I need to explain this text to you guys. This ain't even the primary. This is the primary traced over. Y'all know that, right? So these white markings on here was a scholar going over the text and trying to mark in the end grooves that he see. So even this can be misleading. Nevertheless, we need to look at what we have left here in order to try to determine which bird this was trying to be.
If it has no beak, we're thinking owl. And then we got to look at the depiction of the bird itself to make sure it's not,
So here's the thing. You guys are familiar with the antiquated way to transliterate this DJ as a Z?
Yeah,
No,
phonetically,
because
the
I call it
J
a uja.
sound later on
Break it.
becomes Z
That's
sound.
that's that's the Uja glyph.
Oh, I couldn't get because y'all was both going at the same time. What you say?
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
I see that line with the bass thing there where you're saying it's DJ. That's what they call the Uja glyph.
Well,
In
but it's actually not the. I mean, you're right. It's in the word uja, but that glyph by itself ain't uja, is it?
No, it's
No,
just
It's
when
just
you just see
da,
the votive,
ja.
I know,
Right.
but what? All right, but let me say when you see Ankh, Uja, Seneb, those three glyphs, you would see like that one there in the middle. No,
Oh, okay. So you're using that as a point of reference. That's totally fine. You're right. It is in that word. But when we just talk about the glyph by itself, it don't represent the ooh without a chick in front of it. So it would just be giving us the ja part that we're talking about. So now my point I was making is some scholars back in the day translated that ja as a Z. And they said it was the Z sound. Now, if anybody want to chime in on that.
Well, when they do that, they also have the doorbolt with the Z sound too.
Yeah,
And
they
I
do got
believe
one for that too. You're right, but that was never
yeah,
used in a lot of these words. Like magi never used the doorbolt, but they used to call the magi the mazoi in archaeology or whatever Egyptology. Now, what I'm saying is, if we know that they transliterated this as a Z sometimes, because they're doing it right here to say that this says Gazir. You see what I mean? And so that qualifies Gaz. If this is really a A chick, we got G. I mean, if they want to call this square cube over here a G, which we should probably know as the Q, that works as a G too, right? The Q.
Yeah, I was going to say one thing we got to remember with this stele is that this is really late Egyptian. So by the time this come along, you have what are called consonantal shifts, right? So you will have j sounds becoming z, and you will have k becoming g at this time, right? Because this is a foreign word.
Okay, that's
foreign
perfect.
word.
So that's perfect. So that'll be G, and I see Ga.
Right.
And then if that's a Z, I
Well,
see Gaz. So it still could be
that
Gazir.
bird is like a vowel almost though. That bird is kind of acting like, because remember during this time too, late Egyptian also will write things phonetically. Most foreign words were written out phonetically.
So then y'all, so
this
finish what you read here. Even you could include the R. I'm not tripping. I'm the only one who proposed that the R shouldn't be in there. But what would you read?
Kajamir.
You saying it with a
like
Q?
casual.
No, ka. Yeah. Well, yes, I said it. Well, it's either Q, ka zamir, or ga zamir.
So I'm saying it's like Gaza. And I mean, that's just I know I'm out on the branch. No other scholars say that because I'm citing this anomaly with the R. So right here, I'm a hold, not like it's something to hold you to because you didn't write this text. But here, when you seen the logogrammic scroll, and I'll put it on the screen, you're rendering that as an R. And so if we're going to be consistent, that means that when we get to this Israel turn, you're probably going to render it the same way. Can y'all see the Israel that I got on the screen? Or because it got the same logogrammic stroke with the R. You feel me? So then you're going to, how you render this term?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. Okay, cool. So what that tells me is that you don't see any difference between these two R's right here.
With the stroke at the bottom.
Right. Well, yeah, but normally at the beginning and at the end of words is where you're going to normally see this this group writing feature come into play at. Not so much in the middle.
Okay, so then it would not be indicative. So let's be clear that because the scholars say that it makes it change to an L. I mean, with some scholars
as well. L and R are also interchangeable. Yeah.
Okay, so that's cool. So my question is, how did the person who wrote this relay that to the reader?
Well, when he was hearing it, he probably wrote it the way he heard it.
So he heard an R and an L in there, right? So he wrote an R twice to represent that?
Yes.
I don't get it.
No, man. Because if remember this get covered
group
already.
writing.
The
No, I
last thing,
understand
the
the group
last
writing, but the group writing ain't explaining the phenomenon. I'm pulling into question.
No, but
all
these,
right.
but some glyphs to account for sounds they didn't have can represent multiple sounds.
All right, but here what I'm saying now. Look the L right there on the same line. The lion, a couple glyphs across to the right. You'll see it there close to the right of the screen. You'll see a L right there with a logographic line
Yeah, this
underneath.
line right here, for the word core.
Right.
This is the word core that represents Syria. He's talking about over here.
Yeah, that line, but that line is an R sound.
That lion is a
But the
what
R,
sound?
but the R, the line right here represents a R and a W. This word is koru.
Right.
So what's happening here? Is consistent with what's happening over here.
Yes, the same thing with Horu. They're also doing group writing as well. Yeah, so that's why they got the logographic stroke underneath.
But this is why I'm asking y'all. Where are they not doing group writing on the
They're
text?
not. Late Egyptian is riddled with group.
That's what I'm trying to say. So why would they give us an indication on just a certain word that they doing group writing when I could pull up another word right here where they doing group writing? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So all group writing wasn't done with logographic strokes. This glyph and I think it's a couple other glyphs would actually use logographic strokes.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, brother Reggie, peace. Good to have you here.
I want to add, okay, so Smash's methodology is absolutely correct. So I found a paper where they are doing the same analysis as Smash, right? And they are also saying what Smash said, that the way we see it might be just a forgery, right? Because of the way it was tracing. So I can show you real quickly another scholar's rendition of it, right? And I think, let me just pull this up. Where is it? It is, sorry, here. Okay.
Good afternoon, Reggie.
Good afternoon. I am and this might be the end of Brother Reggie's museum trip. So if I can't get my foot together, but anyway, so this other scholar, Davidovitz, who is one of the scholars who talked about how the pyramids were built with the Arikat method. This is what he says, if y'all can see it. So he's not doing anything different than what Smash is doing. And so when we go to Israel, right? He says it's Israel, and then it's the people, right? And what he's doing with Kajar, right? The same as Smash is doing with Kajar, right? So all of this that this is Israel, no, it's not. It's the ear, and then it says the people. And then you have Karo over here. So and I mean, this is known, but there's a group of scholars that are trying to find Israel, and they're stopping at nothing to make this make Israel ancient. The question is where in their writings do they have the word Israel? Where we know we have the Moab Stela, right? And the Moab Stela, I think, the Moab Stela actually has Israel in the Moab Stela. So you would have to take this and compare this with the what's on the Moab Stela, right? So it's those two things. The Moab Stela is one of those things where they're talking about two groups fighting, the Moabs and Israel, and they're trying to exterminate each other, right? If the Moab Stela is true, not a forgery, right, in itself, then there's how can I say, you have to compare the two. But right now, Smash, does this seem pretty much what you're doing?
Well,
not quite.
Hold on.
And
I
so
was
but
on
it
mute
then
to
is
get
Smash
done.
wrong
have
Hold
six.
on real
because
Smash,
quick.
then
those words
uh-huh.
But it kind of do, but I want to illustrate how just this my limited understanding. It ain't that limited. I got it from a lot of the same sources we get it from of group writing. Don't explain away the phenomenon that I'm seeming to notice in this text. So to bring people up to speed, we're just gonna hear it from a neutral source on what group writing is. And just like Chris says, it occurs all over the text. But let's check it out.
To another in the writings of
Hold
individual
on, here we go.
words. And so what you do is you learn these capacities depending on the word that it's being used in. So this is why learning hieroglyphs requires some flexibility when you're looking at the writing of the words, because you'll see a lot of variation from one text to another, from one scribe to another, one period to another in the writings of individual words. And so what you do is you learn to read the groups, right? So you have, for example, at the top here, a triliteral hieroglyph standing for the three consonants Heper. It's just the beetle. And you could use that to write a word for beetle as a determinative. So Kepler, the beetle, or in group writing. So here with the phonetic complements as the verb to become. And you see a few more examples here. The logogram pair for house, then you use it as the phonetic sign in the verb for to go forth. And this is how all of the Egyptian system really works. Here what you see, ways to distinguish words that have the same phonetic sounds. So at the top you see wab, a verb that means to be pure, and then you put a person, the little seated man, after it, and now it means wab, a purification priest. Okay, right? Because now it's the concept of being pure, but within the category of human beings. And so this is a purification priest. Likewise, rim has the same phonetic sounds in between two words. One word is the word for a fish, so you put the fish determinative after it. And another word is rim, to weep, so the verb to cry. And in this case, you put a crying eye after it rather than the fish. So you can see that you use a combination of sound characters or phonograms in combination with the meaning characters or semantic characters like the determinatives and classifiers to form the Egyptian words. And then you learn those as a group. So it's not that you just know that rim means fish, and you have to guess that from context. They'll help you by using these determinatives, tell you the characters coming right before the fish sign have something to do with a name of a fish or a type of fish, or fish in general, etc. So when you end up studying Egyptian and trying to read Egyptian text, you end up having to develop the skill of breaking the text up into its constituent parts. So what you're looking at here is an inscription from a stela, and I've just drawn lines in between the individual words so that you can see where you have to break up the hieroglyphic text, because of course hieroglyphs are what you might call scriptio continua. That is, they're not written with punctuation and space in between the words. You have to recognize that from knowing the groups that make up the individual vocabulary items. So as you study hieroglyphs, you develop the skill to be able to break up these individual words so you know where words stop and start. And the Egyptians, the writing system actually really helps you, because the determinatives typically come at the end of words, and they almost act as word dividers to a certain extent, helping you break up where to read individual words. Now, you might think this kind of group writing...
Now, I mean, that's a very simple breakdown to the group writing, and it's not complete or finished, but I know, and I can pull up other sources, and I know the information that y'all talking about group writing. But like I was saying, what I know, the limited amounts that I know about group writing isn't really explaining away the phenomenon at hand. And that's all I was saying. And so I don't really take it that the artist who wrote this put these strokes that he wanted us to say that, oh, this word, I'm doing group writing, so I'm going to put a logogrammic stroke. Because we could look at various instances over in the text when he didn't do it. But I'm more on the side of the scholars that say he wanted us to know this was a loan word. because it's more consistent with the loan words, this final logogramming stroke in all of these loan word terms at the end of the word. Because I could say it's under the R, or I could say it's under the last sounded out phoneme or whatever inside of the word where we see a logogramming stroke. So that's just what I would put forth about that. But what say you guys?
Yeah, I agree.
I would also say that under the R stroke, which is the mouth, we get the line, which people sounding out when they which is incorrect because during this we've got several situations with that same R stroke under it, which means the mouth of, meaning this particular country is either being spoken to or speaking for itself. And then the other part is that we don't parse that word correctly to make it Israeli, which when me, you, and Saber Reggie, you was on the line with us when we did it. When we parse it out, it shouldn't be cut at the reed leaves. We need to move a little closer.
Yeah, well, so that's the part that I go off on a tangent, and I think that's the argument that I want to try to stand behind. But first and foremost, if I can't substantiate those R's being used in another way, then it'll be harder to mount the argument. I hope y'all see I'm skimming through the text, just looking for logos.
We can't see
Oh,
you got
okay,
your
yeah.
screen.
I'm skimming through the. I'm gonna do it so we can all skim through together. And I'm just looking for logogrammic structure. Y'all can see it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, in other places of the text, so if y'all seen the C one on the R or something. But here's a word, I know one because I've been studying this text. And here's another foreign loan word that caused me to wonder what's going on here. Because the word is shalom, right? So the person who heard it, since it's a loan word, the person who heard it didn't hear sharma. The person who heard it heard shalom. But he wrote it down as Sharma, so that R is holding the place of an L at a particular spot in this text on another loan word. So let's come up here in someplace. There's going to be a Sharma word. I got to remember. It's all the princes prostrating saying,
Got R with
saying
the stroke
shalom.
under it.
Pardon me? You see another R with a stroke?
It was R with the stroke under it. Yeah, but you had moved it. It was a smaller one, and then there's some at the top too.
All right, and it's 2:00, and this show is 4 hours. I want to come back at prime time. I got a new thing I'm trying to build up, do 3 times the streaming, and hopefully get 3 times the output from my YouTube page. So I'm gonna get ready to wind this down and come on later during the prime time with another topic. But while we still here building on it, I do want to see if I can find that shalom word. It's Sharma. Well, all the princes that prostrated saying shalom had happened. Here we go. Wait. Well, no, it's close to it. That wasn't it. It's gonna be right here. It's someplace. It's coming up. It's one of these shahs. It start with one of them shahs, and it's not gonna be far away. Huh? Your mic messing up. See if I can find it before we get up out of here. Your mic messing up though. If you're trying to say something.
Nice, I'm watching.
Was that Sarah right there?
Is that M.
Yeah.
Shah?
So no.
Look, you starting to learn how to read like James. Huh?
He getting it, huh? The soup.
Oh, here it go. Here it go. I found it. Here it go. Look. Now this is messing me up again. It should mess y'all up too. The question is, it kind of contradicts what I last said, but it works even better for me. Because I knew this anomaly was bigger than I just described it. Here we see the R in the place to where it should be. Now the artist heard an L, right? But he wrote a R and he didn't put a logogrammic stroke. So the logogrammic stroke under the R that represents an L has nothing to do with the fact that it was a loan word and that one phoneme he heard sounding different and is being represented by something else. This word is sharma. This is a cognate for shalom. You feel me? And this is what they said the princess said. That's why he bowing down. Ben Sharma bin Wahor Horef what?
In peace.
Something like that.
So,
So it's gonna be his one bad bin something, whatever. We could go through it. But what they basically saying is Sharma. Now, if people don't, and here go another logogramming stroke behind that word. Is that Israel again? So that's not another logogramming stroke. So
yeah,
let me
that's
remember that the
That's
shalom.
why with that one we like Sunni. Yeah.
So I got to remember the
Sunni.
shalom word is just diagonally above the Israel word when I look this up in another time. But anyway, this is what I'm showing. Since we can see them on the same screen, now I can illustrate the anomaly a whole lot better. Look, in this word, they say he wanted us to pronounce this R right here as a R, but this one as a L. And the question I ask is, what did he write for us to know that that's what he wanted us to do? Because all we see is these. So then the argument becomes, well, the logogrammic stroke under one is letting us know that this is a long word. That's fine, but that would mean that both of these would get pronounced like an L. So this would be Yezel, Rizl. You know what I'm saying? Or they would both be R's. Well, right here he used
it would be Winnie. It would be Winnie.
Well, that's the one I'm arguing. There you go. You cutting right to the chase, right?
That's why I said before, but I got Sunni Syria.
Well, that means we still haven't won this argument. First, the argument has to be won about the R. You feel me? As the people who know the grammar just can beat up that attestation and be like, y'all keep acting like that R ain't there and that is part of another word.
No.
Well, because
if you go up on this stele, R is there behind Kemet and it's behind a few other countries, stated as if it's the mouth of, speaking of.
So let's at least show people. I mean, I'm going to try to choose the choice words, and then I'll let you build on it, Reggie. I'm going to say this in some of the choicest words. Let's just look at how close this comes to saying Syria. Now, people will say, well, Syria wasn't called, and I got all that homework, don't worry. We can prove to you that Syria was called by that name, at least on the Luwian hieroglyphs, where we find Syrioi dating back to about 1100 BC. Syrioi was the people of that area. And so now, if we take this and do a parsing that may be problematic to a lot of grammarians and Egyptologists, but it's something that we need to consider, that these double reed leaves right here actually end this word Winnie. Well, we saying, wait, that falls out of the group. But we know how that happens sometimes. But that it ends this word Winnie, just to consider it. I don't care if you shoot it down. And then the term actually starts right here and still ends with this anomalous R phrase that occurs before the this is still part of the word, but it would make it into like a phrasatory word, which is hard for me to even try to argue. That's why I ain't finished writing this book on the subject, because I gotta finish figuring out how to argue this. And so if you parse this like this, it still makes sense. Because this word for existence is just turned into a nisba that's one who exists. So if this is negated, it means no one exists. And you could
Timo, read it out for him.
So we could go from the eerie or eru, which is make, and then you got Tim. So this is like to cause to not, if you ask me, cause to not, and then you got, this could be the negation here. This could be a negated N up here. You know that negated N that got the little things. And then we got Winnie, which I could pull up in the dictionaries that pops right up. Now, win just means to exist, and then if you put the nisba on it with a Y at the end, it could just mean one who exists. But when I look at Winnie, it don't really pop up like this in a lot of text. And it's not used like it's used in as little times as commit to you. So if I was arguing that this was the use of this, I would at least have to show it in this text in another spot, because he says win or un a lot of times in this text and never amends 2 reed leaves to the end. But this is why I said I'll choose my words carefully and show you just how close this comes to saying Syria. So who, Asar, you want to finish from this part? You could go right ahead. If you or Reggie.
Yeah.
Or...
So what? Say you want to get it since you got, so you want me to grab it?
No, I would think the first step is to at least try to get a good picture of the primaries, just to make sure that the primaries actually matched up, right? And see how they match up instead of taking this, because this author made it definitely look like it was going to be Israel to and so they made it look like this, right? And I just think I would need to check the primary just to check to see.
Yeah, it's hard to see online, so I've been looking for a better copy than the ones that are out, and we'd have to take a trip somewhere. And it's funny how it's just so hard to get a good copy of that one. That's why I'll be like,
Yeah.
man, the fix is in. If this was really a word of scrutiny, they would be making it easier for us to look at it.
I'm gonna try and get let me see if Muhammad Gabber can send us one. But if we go from here after the green 2 reed leaves, we've got that door bolt, which makes the z to the sound. We've got 2 strokes here, which is going to give us that e
So you got an
sound.
S, that's an
We've
S
got
and a
the
Y.
mouth.
So that's an S and a Y for the people who don't know.
Yeah. The bottom is going to be the mouth with the R. So we got seer
So we
so
got
far.
SYR.
Then we got a reed leaf, which is an I, and then we've got a
You breaking up.
And
you
breaking up bad. Yeah, you breaking up. So you breaking up bad. I'm gonna do it while hold you down. So after this SYR, we got a reed leaf, which some would say holds the place of an I. You breaking up really bad, Asar. And then we have this,
which makes
this one. I don't think he can hear you.
Yeah, he can't. We can't hear him.
Put him
either.
on mute.
Yeah, that probably would work. Let me see. Asar don't know that his mic breaking up. Oh, he muted himself.
No
He muted
offense,
himself.
but
So we got a S, a Y, a R. What would be holding the place of a weak vowel like a I, and then another one here like a A. Now that literally spells Syria, but that ain't what Syria was called in them time periods. Well, this ain't what Israel was called in these damn time periods either. They're just making this up. But literally SYRIA right here in front of your face. All I have to do is see. Now I'm outside of these rules that my brothers is keeping me in they keeping me in the ropes. I see the Hootie telling me, and I hear Chris telling me, I know you guys are giving me the sound grammatical advice. But when you venture off to try to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna. If I can't prove it, I won't prove it. But right now, this still stands very, very sound. That this consistency, even when we looked at the first word Gazir, why would they even be talking about Gazir and not Gaza? Like, so it was more popping in Gazir than it was in Gaza when you went over there to talk about all the places that you needed to conquer? You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying it has this R anomaly, and then the supposed Israel word has this R anomaly. So if you take the R anomaly off this one, you get Gaza, and if you take the R anomaly off this one, you get Syria. Come on, bruh. And then here go the killer cake, take the cake. Anybody who read the Medu Netter is still on the screen. Now, if you didn't think I had a strong argument before, just tell me what this word say right here in the Medu Netter. What do this word say in the Medu Netter? Somebody, please, don't say the Medu Netter word. Translate it to English for the people. What do this word in orange say? Y'all don't want to do it, huh?
Syria.
No, wait, hold on. Yeah.
The word in orange literally says Syria. It says Koru.
Koru, yeah.
If I take Koru for the people who don't believe me, and I'm gonna come right here. Is y'all seeing the screen I just pulled up? I'm gonna say KHORUSYRIA and just click the button. Well, they don't know Koru.
Yeah.
Let me see. Core Syria. There you go. Now y'all see, do y'all see the wiki right there? That's showing, hold on, we gotta do a, y'all see the core wiki right there or not?
Yeah, I see the wiki.
Now core is Horu, which is Karu, an ancient region in the south of
Syria.
ancient Syria. So hold on. You trying to tell me I'm trying to show y'all that this say Syria right here, but then they say 2 words later Syria? Well, why, if that say Syria, why that say Syria? Because this is Syria-oe for the people. This is why they got people right here. And this one got a land. They came from Karu, so the Syria-oe is from Karu. And Karu core, they even start playing with words at the end, and they say Karu correct M core ret. Man, that's rippers. Now, have you ever been listening to Japanese hip hop? Or some when you don't understand the language, where you say, hey man, I don't know what he's saying, but that dude got a nice flow right there. Well, you could do that with this ancient Egyptian. He said Koru, look, he said Koru Keper, and he said Koru Keper incorrect. Don't you hear it? Koru Keper incorrect. That's rippers. That's alliteration. What he was saying was the land of Syria, where it said it's just said it's a widow, but it really say it's been changed. Keperu, Karu changed into a widow. So Karu,
and it makes more sense because you got the people. Remember, he just said for Ketu ben Peret, your season is up for its people, meaning he got rid of them, and now Koru is widow because you ain't got no people in it.
Exactly. So here go the people who got rid of with this Feket bin Peret. They not coming forth no more. And so now Karu, Keperu, Keperu. That's even more play on words. Karu, Keperu. That's rippers, bro. I should write that in the rap. Karu, Keperu, incorrect. Karu, Keperu, incorrect. This is area of Syria is now a widow. Now, how did it become a widow? By getting rid of these people over here that I'm going too far out with my personal conjecture, calling the Syria-oe. Go ahead.
People also can argue it just means no food, no cereal. That the people don't have any food, cereal, grains.
Well, like I see it inside there, the PRT, that is the same thing as Proyet season.
Yeah, this is to come forth. No, this is to come forth. Though.
No, that's a verb.
You see the F? You see the F behind it? It's the same word. You're right. It's the same word, but you see it's used here different.
But when it says Peret,
season is
right?
over.
Ben, right? Like devastated, right? Yeah. Peret, right?
Right.
And then there.
That got a seed right there.
Yeah, you see the seeds.
So this Peret ain't come forth. That's just his seed, huh?
No, but it doesn't mean seeds. Doesn't necessarily mean seeds of people. Right. Could be, and it could be just no cereal.
But they translate this as his seed is not. Here go the negation on the bin.
That's how they translate it, but that's not.
But this is negation. Ben is bad or not, right?
Ben, right. Without right.
Yeah. And then so it say Ben with Ben Peret F. His seed is not. Or his,
okay, but hold on.
He can't come forth. He can't.
Y'all kind of going too fast. Hold on. So the mouth glyph right there in what is that lavender or whatever that is over to the left.
This mouth? Oh, you talking about this?
No, all the way over here to the left. Yeah, that right there.
Yeah.
You said that's an R, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, then hold on and slow down. Okay, then the R with the stroke determinative under, what is that?
That's what I'm trying to say. And
no, I'm just trying to be clear because
they saying it's supposed to shift to an L.
Or is it not an R?
So here's the thing. This is what I want you to know. Now, here's the anomaly that would happen. Somebody who was ancient Egyptian heard a word that he wasn't familiar with, if this is true, right? And he would have to figure out, how do I write this other sound that I ain't got no way, because it ain't no L in ancient Egyptian. So it is common to use an R for an L. We even know in Japanese the R and the L may switch, or however that works. You know what I'm saying? It's common to use an R for an L. But why would you use in the same word without letting the reader know that you switching up, just like you just asked, James.
They're not doing that. I think that the R with the stroke is mean something like speaking, right? Speaking people. It doesn't necessarily it's not an L. It's not an L. It's just not an L at all. It's just
Exactly.
those people who speak. It's
Yeah,
not.
because I need to know, man. Because I mean, when I see, I'm new to this, so I'm kind of confused right now. But
This is why I was telling Smash to show some of the other R's with the strokes.
yeah, I'm looking. Yeah,
I
I'm
want
looking
to
at
say,
every
I want
R
to say
now,
what
but
Reggie's saying, but I know, I mean, we all know enough about the grammar to know what type of argument that will cause, because I can't show
Yeah, I'm
too
looking
many
at
other.
every R and
Easy,
confused.
Smash,
So this is what
because
we
you
got
have
to
to throw
show.
stick.
But you got to
You
show
have
this, Reggie,
but you
that
have
this
to throw
mouth
stick.
going into throw sticks and people more times than
Right.
just
So they're
this.
foreign people.
But it
Speaking
happens
foreign
twice here, but it don't happen too many other times. I know in my memory in the ancient Egyptian text corpus. You feel what I'm
So hold
saying?
on, brother Reggie, you saying they're saying? Hold up, brother Reggie saying they're saying foreign speaking people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I know where it happened at. Oh, I'm glad you just said that, boy. It's like being a DJ. Guess where it happened at? It happened on a Cometiyu, bruh.
Yes.
It's a single stroke and a mouth before the reed leaf and stuff on a Cometiyu. Watch me prove it. I'm like a DJ with this knowledge. So let's get into this TLA. And we're going to have to wait. Now, it's one of these Cometiyus, right? When they was talking about the boats, remember we kept on trying to read it like why they putting the R after the Cometiyu.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, slow down for the people in the back. So when by showing this with the Cometiyu at the back of it, what is that going to?
I just got through saying I would have to be able to show other instances of when they put a R before the foreign land and the people to show some consistency in the argument. You can't just say it only happened one time on this text. You see what I'm saying? You got to show patterns in order to prove your point.
That Pan-African James is not being doing spirituality. That he's
what in the hell?
He's doing reality.
Man, you need to cut
reality.
it out.
He ain't doing spirituality.
Don't box me up with Jabari.
Okay, it's loading up today, my brothers. This is really good.
Don't box me up with Jabari, brother Reggie.
You was with them.
No, I'm still with them.
You with them, dude.
I haven't parsed out
Jabari. You people, I'm glad that you're learning the metanetia, because if you have them people up there, they got nothing for this.
All right, so we do got the R, but it don't got the single stroke. But I was right. There's a few things to trip off this. We gotta look at this primary, because this is close enough. Now, look how it say here. First of all, let's trip off this one. I'm just gonna wait. Can y'all see it on screen where it got this Kemet?
Yeah.
And then it got the two people. It got the 3 strokes. Here comes that good guy. It got the
and
3
then it
strokes.
got that town.
The 049. Now it don't got nothing after that but an But here they say north to Al-Zula to the ships of the Egyptians, and then they say or Egyptian speakers. So let's trip off that, right? But it ain't no R there for them to get that. The reason why I wanted to show that, because I'm going to show this attestation in another instance, where the R is actually after. But look, this is what the problem is. The R isn't after the Kemet and before the people and the throw stick. And the Kemetu don't got a throw stick, but the R is after following it. This ain't, I need to look at this primary. But here they use the R to say, these people who speak in this way. It says Egyptian speakers.
But it doesn't have the line underneath the.
It don't got the single stroke, but it's a few things we should point out that we just looking at the text corpus trying to give us the closest. Like, if we gotta go look at the primary.
And was it written in hieratic?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We gotta go look at the primary. This is from Cyril Set. Let's see, is it a papyrus or on the wall somewhere? Biography is from Dashur. It's from the Mastaba of Khnum Hotep, so this is gonna be on the wall. So we should go look at this Cometiyu. Oh, I could call J Mill. J Mill, you watch this video. Hey, go into the Mastaba. It's in Dashur. If you can make it to the Mastaba of Khnum Hotep, there it is on the eastern wall of section 2, C2. a biography, this is where we could get this other commit to you. And
Smash. You see them squared brackets with the triple dots inside it?
Yeah,
that's what they refer to as lacuna. Remember, sometime I tell you to have lacuna in the text, that's when it have a break when
lacuna, thank you, bro. Yeah, I always be saying it's broke off. Yeah, thank you.
So lacuna means what?
It means that the portion of the text that's broke off, basically.
It is a Latin word. When if in English you could say it lacking. Is it lack? Is it
right? Yeah, that was deep.
lacking?
Well, I mean, we could also do a search by art. What's this D something? What's this glyph? What's this garden
Well, yo,
called?
Smash, can't you just do
It's a D21.
hold on.
D21.
All right,
Can't you just go to the TLA and
that's what
then
I'm about
put
to
up
do.
an R with the
and
stroke
a
up
single
under it,
stroke.
and it won't it tell you what it means?
No, they ain't gonna tell us what it means, but
Why
we
you
could go
trying to
look
get
at
fly,
all the
Smash?
instances, huh?
Why can't you just go to the old TLA? Why you gonna?
Yeah, I know, because that new TLA messed it up. So because they had the 2 new attestations that this TLA ain't got in it. So what is it? D? What is it? What D something? Somebody just said.
I know
D21, D21, D21.
B21, and then we gotta add
D is in boy.
D21. Then what we gotta add behind it? A logogram and stroke is Z1, right? Let's see, Z1. Well, no, that's 3 strokes. Wait, what we get here? We got the mouth and 1 stroke. Yeah, we do got the mouth and 1. Yeah, all of these got the mouth. We gonna do some homework on these people. Now, here we go with hella terms. I want to see what's going on here. All of these have an R and 1 stroke in these terms, and let's just look and see if we see any patterns start to develop. All of these is telling us to say it with an R still, but I ain't tripping off that. I don't think they'll transliterate an L there. These are personal names. Note that this one's a Semitic loan word too, which is let's see how many of these are Semitic loan words too. But this Yahweh word, see, this is washing of the mouth. Now watch the mouth be really indicative of the logogrammic stroke when it's, because like this makes sense to me. A mouth with a logogrammic stroke and a word is the washing of the mouth, because they want you to think about the mouth literally. This is a personal name, so we could discount it.
So basically, what Brother Reggie said about putting that stroke there, you want it to be literally the mouth.
Or speaker.
In some
that's
instances,
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they're saying it's got something to do with the mouth.
According to them. Now here's another
Not
one
the
where
R.
we do find, dude, what's going on here? This is different. Nah, we got to figure this out, because we know these terms without an R on them. This is just the Awen people, who they call them the Anu people. Well, we find this represented in the personal name with this R and the single stroke behind it, and a throw stick and an IA.
Speaking, they may be speakers. The Wanu people, yes, but they might have a different dialect. They're speaking. They have a different dialect. They're speakers.
Well, I know I ain't gonna click into this, because this is just gonna be one of their personal names when you see that PN. So it ain't even no reason to click into it. When we find them that ain't personal names, we can investigate. So here, in this word for Ib in Dung Greg or whatever, we have a R and it's represented as an R. It has a logogrammic stroke.
They'll go one just like we want to see it though, with the right up under.
But I think I think what the brother said, this is just gonna be some group writing indication in those instances. But why it's always under the R though? That don't make I'm not following. It wouldn't just be under the R for that reason.
I think what you can do is you can write this out, right? And I'd like to see what Dr. Beatty has to say. I would like to see what Dr. Beatty has to say on this. Sometimes he gets, he can get very helpful when it comes to the meta nature, right? And then also let Ketty's students see it, right? And that would be helpful.
So look at this. Now, when we come out of the personal names, it's consistent with our suspicions. Look, tongue, they want you to think about the mouth literally. Saying, they want you to think about the mouth literally. Now, with this one for head of the 6 Kentichu, y'all know that we don't even need to explain it. Plus, this don't even got a single stroke. It got 3 strokes. head of the officers, it ain't a stroke behind it. I don't know
Now
why
look,
they.
some of the strokes are on the side of it too, because of the way they're writing.
I
Such as the
noticed
one
that.
right below
They
it.
call this the head of the horned and ungated poultry fish. Well, this is a word with an M-E-R. So they saying that the M-E-R, that's because it means what is in his mouth. He's the commander.
Right.
So we supposed to think about the mouth when we see that
Right.
stroke. I mean, I'm just looking at the consistency that I see here. Are the patterns developing? This stroke is supposed to be for this or not, or is that for the par?
He's still the speaker. He's a board. He's head of the board. He's the speaker. He's the
Yeah, he's
head of the
still the
board.
MER. That he still is the MER.
Directors,
Yeah. So
He's
this
a speaker.
I'm gonna skip through the MERs.
Okay, so bam, go back to the rendition you had before, and just
The
read it the way
mouthpiece.
Brother Reggie said we
Well,
should
let's
read.
keep on looking because we might find some locations that do that. Then we're gonna have some checkmates.
Yeah.
Like this is a
Find a
device.
location.
Yeah, so like for instance, this says the head of the house, right? But that's just doing an MER again because he's the MER, the overseer. So I'm in with Sarah. What is that as a personal name? So you can't analyze.
I'm in Usara.
We can't.
Yeah.
They'll go one with a throw stick.
But that was personal names. Let's go back. It's right here still. See, like if I click into a personal name, it's just not going to define it. Is what I mean.
Not gonna have the same.
But it is got that R next to the throw stick. I want to find that in some words so I can show people other.
Well, what did they
How
name?
would they spell that one in German? Ein Holzworm. What is that in German?
Are these foreign names?
Yes.
Well, not all of them. They don't.
Right.
They
Yeah, just the one with the throw stick.
They will say it up there, Semitic loanword. See how they say Semitic words? So if it don't say that, you shouldn't probably think it's a foreign word.
Oh, because you got it in German still. I see. That's why I'm thinking.
But the point what the man was saying is the throw stick is normally represent foreign, but some of them they will have the throw stick in it and not say in Semitic loanword.
Well, that's very good. And the throw stick would probably basically. This dude, if he could, y'all want to say that he a foreigner because he got the throw stick, then I'm with that. I'm not.
No,
saying
because sometimes they're visitors, but we know when that R and that stroke is there, that it's usually the mouth of. So that's the main thing that we're looking for.
And it's kind of like making sense with what we're looking at.
But so like the mouth of the foreigner.
But look,
the mouth of that country. Or said to so and so.
Some of these strokes aren't actually behind the mouth, so I don't want to miss. Like this one is, but that's a personal name.
Well, that's what I was saying. I think it's how it's grouped. Because look at this one here, the ear ta it's above the mouth, but it's you know how they go up right there.
All right, so ear ta.
Yo, that's deep. Spend the day. Because I seen that raw symbol right there. I was wondering how you
so this is spend the day. I don't know. Well, I don't know how they're getting that out of that, but I can see areas to make or to create.
Make
time. Yeah.
See the house.
So that's telling somebody to make time to me, like make time for me. So when I do it in the ancient African American vernacular English, it still work. Spend the day. Who say, "Hey, come spend the day with me, girl"? But if you say you ain't gonna make no time for me, but really, literally. Ari is to be a maker or a creator, and hey, Ru is time or the day in this instance. But whatever,
Sep is that Sep right there? So that's a Sep.
But I see too many personal names. I'm just going fast through the personal names. Hope y'all don't mind. Now this isn't a personal name. It do got 2 logogrammic strokes, and this is a Semitic loanword. So this should probably be LL. You see what I'm saying? I mean, because if it's a Semitic loanword, they want us to know that these R's is probably L.
I don't know, because I don't think that just because they want it to be an L.
Yeah.
So hold up,
we don't really see it as an L unless we go really.
It still makes sense. It says ta. It said well, basically it's the speakers in that region. Well, it says God of the way.
Right.
Hold on, let me ask the question. This is supposed to be read from right to left, right?
Well, right now, yeah, we're going from right to left. You're right. Yeah.
In this case, because
the way they face it.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
But I have now this logogrammic stroke with this R
Assyrian plant, bush thicket.
But y'all don't see it popping up on all these Semitic loan words. We got to take note of that too. It did it over 3 times, so we need to notice that. that there is
So
some type of pattern with the R with a logogrammic stroke and Semitic loan words, and our subjects are supposedly Semitic loan words. Like if there was a Israel word that would have been a Semitic loan word, so would the Shalom word have been. So just I'm not saying it's strong in their favor, but these we should take note of that too. It's popping up a lot on some. Look, here go another one, Semitic loan word. Now they got the R and the
So they can
logogrammic
only
stroke.
find themselves in the ancient Egypt story, because except for the Moab, the Meshistan, I can't find them in their own words except for the Bible.
Well, so it's popping up on so many. It's starting to overwhelm me now. Look, prisoner, Semitic loan word. Oil vessel, Semitic loan word. All of these have an R in the logogrammic stroke, which is indicating to me that they wanted us to pronounce this R in this instance as an L. That's what this consistency is showing me, but you could tell me that could still be wrong. It could still be wrong. I'm not tripping.
Oh, how will we do that? Because it's like Ijret. So Ileret?
Well, this is what this means. The ancient Egyptians first, they didn't form this word, right? So they heard it before they even knew how to spell it. Now, when they heard it, it appears that it had a sound in it that was foreign to them. And because the L sound is normally represented by the R sometimes, but they will let us know when they're doing it. So there is an argument that logogrammic stroke might be indicating that these is loan words too. But I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
acting
what I
like
was
that's a
thinking.
strong argument. I'm just trying to see what the data is showing us. You feel me?
I don't doubt you on the loan word. I don't know if the L is gonna go in there with their loan word though.
All right. Well,
Because I'm
this is
trying
a
to
good
see
one.
where
We got him.
I
We got
put
him right here, Uja. I
yeah,
mean, I said
right here.
Uja. This is a SAR. Look at this word, Haparu. But look at what it got. It got the R. So now, do we say Hapalu? We don't change it to an L there.
Exactly.
So look, and guess what it got? The throw stick and the people. Got it.
Got him.
So hold on real quick. Well, we ain't all the way got him, but because this is in this Haparu world, this is still representative of the R in the word, right? They saying APOER. Nah. We ain't gonna let them do that because they is saying that this is representative of the last glyph in the word, which would be inconsistent with what we trying to say. We trying to say this say something else with the throw stick. So at least we could keep in mind that Haparu is another word that has that matchup and then come back and analyze it in that context. But one thing I did know is that we definitely didn't switch. We don't switch the R to the L in the instance of this Semitic loan word. So that's
Yeah,
starting to fall apart.
so it would be pronounced Hapalu.
Exactly.
They're trying to claim it says Habalu, but right here, all of the scholars say Haparu. So if it's Haparu, which we got an R obviously, and there's no L, and it's supposed to be the lion is the L, not the mouth. I
But it
don't know
says
where that
Apple E. That's what it says.
Haparui.
No, wait, there's no R.
I think that R shouldn't even be in it. You're supposed to go Apui. And then we can read that R the way we read it on the other glyphs, like it's attached to this. It's like the mouth of them people of the Abui. But whatever.
So there are two things there's two things happening here, right? One, in this saying, they tried to use the R not as an L, and they tried to use
somebody
it
said we
even
got a
though it's
troll
the
in the
mouth.
chat, man. Somebody go knock that troll down. Maybe I need to make some new moderators. My bad if it ain't no moderators in the building. You can see if he really trolling or not. But yeah, it's good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Now
you're right, Reggie. Go ahead.
We can look at different words for Haparu, right? Just to make sense of it, but that clearly says Apple-E. I'm not letting these Europeans tell me what it is because they're breaking all the goddamn rules.
Yeah, they're breaking a lot of rules.
See, that's why y'all valuable, because y'all can go in and
let's hear from Chris, because Chris is sound grammatically. What do you see, Chris?
Yeah, no, it's not that they're breaking rules. We got to remember when we go into the late kingdom, right? A lot of times, what we don't know the specific vowel, so those two strokes in the U could be indicators of what the vowel potentially sounds like. So pronouncing this as aper, it's not wrong, right? But we don't know what the vowels are. Because remember, words written out like this in this rectangle form and not a square, in a rectangular form, this word is probably from a later era in Egyptian history. So like, this is late Egyptian.
But prove to me that this R is even spoken.
Yeah, and another thing, I agree with what both of y'all said, but right here, that's a good point, Reggie. We would have to prove that the R is even spoken because there is, I mean, if we just was reading it out, even in considering what you're saying that this is later Egyptian, we would still have to go op, ooh. Now you trying to say that we should not pronounce that as a Y, the two strokes?
You know what they're doing? You see that other case,
you know what I'm saying?
but you see that other case,
Chris.
down there? The other case is apparaire, right? So here I can clearly say that on the next one, yeah, any of these two right here, right? I can clearly see, so if that is a biliteral, right, for app, right, in ear, right? I can clearly say that, but what they're doing is they're taking this case and what they're doing is they're looking at the other case and pronouncing it. But so I know maybe yes, it's the same concept. It's the same concept of the Apper people, but they're forcing it. They're forcing it.
Well,
Yeah,
one thing
and
I don't, without addressing that argument, one thing we do notice is that they didn't tell us to pronounce this R with this stroke right here as a L, even though it is a Semitic loan word. And maybe someone can say, well, where did you read that you're supposed to do that? Well, I could say, okay, I might have to pull that up, but we know in plenty of instances just like they just showed us on the Israel Stella. They want us to read that final R as a L, and the only indication that it should be different than the other R in the word is a logogrammic stroke. And so,
and the Egyptians don't appear to do that. Just scholars trying to switch this over appear to do that. And we already got the conversation with the scholar who tried to do it, saying, wouldn't this be great if we found Israel, blah, 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 knowing that he didn't find it.
Right. Now think about this, Asar. I think I'm at the 10th Semitic loan word that this R and this logogrammic stroke is in. So I say we got enough to at least say that could develop some type of patterns. Like, I mean, they're using it in these Semitic loan words for some reason. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't just, look, here go another one. It ain't just keep popping. Like, if you look at any category of words or do any of, I ain't never seen Semitic loan word be popping up this much. And I'm just saying.
And when we use them, let's see if they're even connected each time with the enunciation the same way. Because some of these, they're not even pronounced. Like, look at this upper bar.
Well, you're right. We got to take in. Now, look at this. Notice that all of these is put forth by Hotch. So he ain't even he doing some Semitic. They all up well into the past the New Kingdom. He ain't go. They did go to the word bush for one of the definitions, but getting these Semitic word, they are basically like Chris said, is at a later time period. So they trying to write out some sounds that they automatically just didn't all the way have. But I've been spending a lot.
Question.
I've been talking.
The same Hawk text. Anybody have a copy of that? Semitic words. Hawk.
Yeah, I got it as a PDF.
That would be something to make. See, go back to Apodigar real quick.
I'm gonna take away that L stuff because here we got Astarti, and it's this R with the logogrammic stroke. So I'm gonna start saying, nah, that don't make no sense. Now look at this, Assad R. But when you put the logogrammic stroke, it means you talking too much.
That don't
because the lizard is to be multitudes. You know what I mean? Like, hella lizards. So it's representing multitudes or whatever. If somebody could say that better than me,
running your mouth like a lizard.
So now you got the lizard and a mouth with a logogrammic stroke, and it mean to be talkative. So in this instance, they want you. What should you get that from the man with his hand to his mouth, or from the R with the logogrammic stroke?
Man with his hand to his mouth.
Well, it actually literally reads Asa Ra. I mean So that means like a multitudinous mouth. You got your mouth running. But I hear you with the man with the hand to his mouth, but that don't always indicate talkative. It also then this don't either. This don't either.
Well, I see the plural stroke above the mouth.
So
too,
that's
so
going with the lizard.
Oh, okay.
So like hella lizards. So it's just to make you think like roaches, like just
Right,
all over
okay.
the place. You know what I mean? Like yeah. Now say to enter
Try
into
to
the
put Akbar in there.
to enter into. I feel you on that. It could have been the hand with the mouth to
there's
let us know they're
many
talking
mouths.
about talking to.
I don't think that's Akbar. I think that's a Keb and then the Rasa.
Well, out of all the analysis, I looked through dictionaries like this. I never seen any phrase like when we was doing the TU bird. None of them was saying Semitic loanword. At this point, we've came up to 15 almost of Semitic. Here go another one. Like they just won't stop. So we got to be honest that something is here with the use of this R and this logogrammic stroke with loanwords, yo. This is why we do these type of analyses to see if it's something there. I don't know what's there. I'm not going to say that it mean to pronounce it like an L because that's inconsistent with what we looking at. But I didn't almost, since I said it, I found 5 more that said Semitic loan word. So how do we categorize that? The fact that these single strokes keep popping up in instances that say Semitic loan word.
I mean, Syria is a foreign place too, so that's not going to get them out of the hot
Well,
water.
that's true too.
But
all of those
yeah,
places is.
we could be, but the way that it's used, what messes them up is that now they got a problem where they're using the R like an R as opposed to an L, which would make the Syria closer to the situation for us.
Well, these type of matters we ain't gonna bang out in a day. I want to thank everybody for helping because I'm gonna come back prime time. I gotta help my page grow, so I can't tiptoe around the big pages and all that. I just gotta get on when I'm getting on. You feel me? So I want to come back later on this evening. So I don't know. What's some anybody want to say some things in closing about this matter? We ain't rushing out, but you know.
No, I just appreciate the lesson as always, and I learned that I'm getting a little bit better at this though. So, yeah, Reggie, I might be right side by side with you soon.
I like the brothers is growing. They picking up the metal nature, and they asking pertinent questions while we on the channel. And on this, as you know, when it comes to our particular channels, we're not gonna get mad at you for asking a question. We're gonna answer the question. We get mad when you don't listen to the answer and try to come back with a rebuttal after the question's been answered and it covers your rebuttal.
Yeah, student never knows enough, so you should always be quiet and just listen.
All right.
When you and somebody else is teaching. So with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and smash out and smash when you go back live. I'll be on the set.
Yeah, I'm coming on tonight.
Welcome, welcome to the game, James. I'm impressed. You need to take it a step further, and you maybe need to pick somebody who can give you some a little bit more basic meta nature, right? So that you can do this work a little bit better, right? And then you can see the gazy of some of the people who say they have shrines, but the God ain't in the shrine. They don't wash, wake up, dress, feed, right? And you be like, nah, that don't sound right. You got a shrine and there's no deity, there's no nature. What's going on here? Right. So welcome to doing the work. Listen, I'm impressed. I'm impressed that you without a formal meta nature class can understand the things that we are saying.
Yeah, you know what? I bet you a lot of people learned the language and the glyphs and the reality when they was living in ancient Egypt. They just learned it in their culture. You know, they just learned it by being around it all the time, the same way a baby learned it. You know what I'm saying? And so that's cool. Like, you ain't even got to, obviously we recommend that everybody gets some form of training, but if you ain't ready for that, you still picking up on good things right now. Anybody
but
else?
for being as though you guys know, like I always ask, I think you gave me a couple of pointers as far as like going to even though it was wiki, they had something on there where you could just learn the glyphs. And they use like that's one of the good ways you
Yeah,
can
if you
start. Just learn
type
the glyphs
ancient, I
first.
think it was Omniglot or something. But if you that's the site. But if you type in ancient Egyptian script and make sure you're getting it from a qualified source, like look at who giving it to you, make sure they ain't all colorful and painted. Then you might, then you can start to memorize some of the simple monoliterals.
Well, what I advise you is not to memorize anything, is to just use charts, right? So charts help you better, and then you get familiar, right? And then familiarity makes you memorize. But I would say start with charts, right?
Right.
So you need a good chart system to kind of help you say, okay, bang, 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 bang.
But anybody, I'm gonna say this video right here. This is a 1 hour video. Before people was asking stuff like, I'm gonna share this video, the one that I've been referencing. I'm gonna put it in the chat because people asking where's a good class. There's plenty of places. If y'all know them, y'all can recommend them. Only person I'm gonna recommend is Dr. Ricketti Amen. At this point, but besides academic sources, and so I'm gonna put this here, and then I'm gonna get ready to close this video. Right here is a video to watch if you're really interested in the language. At least if you know the content that's in this video, you're going to know the elementary. The video I always refer to with the guy just was talking about group writing and stuff. That's almost like reading a 100-page book on ancient Egyptian grammar. He puts a lot of information in there. And if you know everything he's saying, like I know that already, then you're ready for probably, to get you your book or whatever. If you ain't ready. If not, just go buy J.P. Allen today or go buy Alan Gardner, Egyptian Grammar if you want something that's a little bit harder.
Daniel Selden book.
But yeah, I'm going to get ready to close this down. Thanks, y'all, because we at the 5-hour point in like 8 seconds. So I'm going to close this down. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Peace, peace, peace. And I'll say my final words on the YouTube. Yep, peace, peace, peace. Thank everybody, and thanks for watching tonight. We coming back, prime time, busting caps. We want to know tonight. We want to know why Smash got fired from Sonetta TV. We gonna talk live. Be ready for that show tonight. We going in. Y'all know I got topics that's gonna get it popping.